Chapter 4273. A moment passed. A primitive deserted island entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Mu Qing said, "There is a soul here, but he has found us and is hiding in an abandoned cave on the island." "Still hiding?" The white-eyed wolf laughed. Whoosh. A group of people entered the deserted island. Under Mu Qing's lead, they went straight to the cave. "Mu Qing, you damn thing, I will not let you go." Inside the cave, Dong Hanzong's soul was furious. If it weren't for Mu Qing's interference, even if Qin Feiyang had 100 pairs of eyes, it would be impossible for him to find his soul. It was even more impossible for him to know that he had split into more than a dozen souls as soon as he entered the taboo ocean. "Haha, I didn't ask you to let me go." Mu Qing's laughter rang out. Following closely, a group of people entered the cave. Dong Hanzong stared at Mu Qing with resentment and said with a grim smile, "You will not have good karma because you have revealed too many secrets." Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression was slightly stiff. This abnormality was clearly noticed by Qin Feiyang and secretly said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Mu Qing waved his hand and looked at Dong Hanzong and said indifferently, "I don't know if I will have good karma in the future, but I know that you will definitely not have good karma." "You bastard," Dong Hanzong roared. "How dare you spout shit?" Dong Tianqian took a step forward and grabbed Dong Hanzong's soul. "Dong Tianqian, don't offend him. When you get rid of me, Qin Feiyang will not let you go, let alone your brothers Dong Ping and Dong Xan. Soon we will be reunited in hell." Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly. "You don't have to worry about that." Dong Tianqian smiled coldly and clenched his 5 fingers. Dong Hanzong screamed and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Next place. Without any hesitation, Qin Feiyang and the others chased after the second soul under the guidance of Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang pondered along the way. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Mu Qing, what did Dong Hanzong mean by his words just now?" Because there was indeed something wrong with Mu Qing's previous reaction. "What words?" Mu Qing looked at him suspiciously. "Stop playing dumb." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. White-eyed Wolf and Dong Tianqian looked at Mu Qing in confusion. Mu Qing pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. "Isn't there a saying? The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed, or else you will be punished by the heavens. It means that if you reveal too many secrets of the heavens, you will be plagued by bad luck in the future." "Bad luck?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand." "In short, my all-seeing eye is said to be able to see all things in the world, but it is said to be able to see the secrets of the heavens," Mu Qing said. The white-eyed wolf frowned and asked, "In other words, by helping us find Dong Hanzong's soul, you are revealing the secrets of the heavens?" "Yes. By doing this, I am actually interfering with the fate of others. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am revealing the secrets of the heavens." Mu Qing nodded. "Will you really be punished by the heavens in the future?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "Punished by the heavens?" Mu Qing muttered and shook his head. "I don't know, but my all-seeing eye is similar to Dong Xingyang's eye of destiny. They are both able to see the secrets of the heavens. Didn't Dong Tianqian always say that? I think it is reasonable that we cannot reveal the secrets of the heavens." "In that case, you have to use your all-seeing eye less in the future?" Qin Feiyang said. "It is not that exaggerated. In comparison, my all-seeing eye is less risky than the eye of destiny. After all, the eye of destiny is able to see the fate of others directly. This is the true meaning of revealing the secrets of the heavens. Besides, so what if there is heavenly punishment?" "It is merely heavenly punishment. What can it do to me?" Mu Qing smiled domineeringly. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf could not help but laugh. That was right. So what if there was heavenly punishment? At most, they would face it together in the future. So, they had successfully erased the second divine soul. This time, Dong Hanzong was completely flustered. The remaining dozens of souls did not know where to go. This was because no matter where he hid, Mu Qing could easily find him. A day passed. Finally, there was only one soul left. The divine soul kept fleeing in the East Continent, panicking to the extreme. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm in such a situation. This was because if the last soul was destroyed, it would mean the complete destruction of the soul. Dong Hanzong really did not want to die. It was not easy for him to achieve today's success and status. He could not bear to lose these things. Unknowingly, he fled to the sky above an island. On the island below, he sensed many powerful auras. Where is this? He could not help but stop and scan the island. A trace of suspicion crept up in his heart. Who is it? Accompanied by a shout, a few members of the ocean tribe flew into the sky and stared at Dong Hanzong's soul with murderous intent. Ocean tribe. Dong Hanzong was slightly stunned. As if he had seen a life-saving straw, he hurriedly said, I am Dong Hanzong from the Central Dynasty. I order you to escort me back to the Central Dynasty immediately. Dong Hanzong? The members of the ocean tribe were shocked. Whoosh. At this moment, a golden figure flew into the sky and landed in front of Dong Hanzong. Greetings, little prince. The members of the ocean tribe bowed. Little prince? Dong Hanzong was stunned. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in surprise, You are Hai Zidong? That is me. Hai Zidong nodded. That was right. This island was the place where the remnants of the ocean tribe gathered. Now, all the remnants of the ocean tribe were led by Hai Zidong. Dong Hanzong was shocked and hurriedly said, Hai Zidong, Qin Feiyang is chasing after me. Quickly think of a way to send me back to the Central Dynasty. As long as you can send me back to the Central Dynasty, I will give you whatever you want. Hearing this, Hai Zidong's expression was quite strange. Another person came to ask him to escort back to the Central Dynasty? And he was also being chased by Qin Feiyang. These so-called peerless geniuses, were they so weak? Little prince, we can't interfere in this matter. That's right. Now we can't afford to offend Qin Feiyang. If we let him know that we are helping his enemy, he will not let us go. The members of the ocean tribe behind him hurriedly looked at Hai Zidong and said, How dare you? Dong Hanzong was furious. He glared at them and shouted, As people of the divine kingdom, you are not afraid that the emperor will punish you in the future? Don't say such pompous words. In order to deal with Qin Feiyang, the ocean tribe has been wiped out by them. Isn't this sacrifice enough? Do you want the ocean tribe to be wiped out? Moreover, when the ocean tribe was wiped out, where was the emperor of the Central Dynasty? Now you want us to help you? In your dreams. The members of the ocean tribe didn't give Dong Hanzong any face. Dong Hanzong's face was gloomy. Was this the current situation of the four great continents? Even the ocean tribe didn't dare to go against Qin Feiyang and the others? One had to know. Qin Feiyang and the others were intruders. Shouldn't the forces of the divine kingdom be united against the intruders? But now they were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, Hai Zidong looked at the members of the ocean tribe and said angrily, How dare you speak to the emperor of the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and apologize. Your Highness, the members of the ocean tribe looked at Hai Zidong in disbelief. Now you are speaking for the people of the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and apologize. Hai Zidong's eyes were cold. The members of the ocean tribe looked at each other and suppressed the anger in their hearts. They looked at Dong Hanzong and said, We're sorry. Dong Hanzong looked at Hai Zidong and sighed. It's not your fault. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others are too cruel. You know? They snorted in their hearts. He shouldn't have come here and implicated them. Hai Zidong looked at them and said with a smile, Sir, please go to the island and rest. I can't rest. Dong Hanzong hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang is chasing me. Mu Qing has the all-seeing eye. She must have known that I'm with you. What? The members of the ocean tribe were shocked. Didn't that mean that Qin Feiyang would bring people to kill them later? Your Highness, let's run. This place is no longer safe. They looked at Hai Zidong, their faces full of fear for Qin Feiyang and the others. Mu Qing has the all-seeing eye. How can we escape? Hai Zidong shook his head. Then what should we do? They were desperate to the extreme. There is only one way now. Hai Zidong sighed deeply. What is it? They asked. Dong Hanzong also looked at Hai Zidong expectantly. Hai Zidong didn't speak and just stared at Dong Hanzong. They were a little puzzled at first, but looking at Hai Zidong's eyes, they gradually understood Hai Zidong's idea. He wanted to take down Dong Hanzong and ask for credit from Qin Feiyang. Your Highness, this is not good. What if the people of the Central Dynasty know about this? Will they spare us? They were very nervous. Then what better way do you have? Hai Zidong asked. They fell silent. They were now the strongest people among the remnants of the ocean tribe. Besides Hai Zidong, they were the most powerful people in the ocean tribe. So, Hai Zidong took this opportunity to deliberately put on such a show to let these people support him. Because now he was loyal to Qin Feiyang. But, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Because once he said it out loud and let the people know that he had become Qin Feiyang's subordinate, they would definitely be dissatisfied with him. But if these people in front of him stood with him in the future, then the ending would be different. What are you doing? Dong Hanzong stared at them. Nothing. We are just discussing how to escape from Qin Feiyang's pursuit and successfully send you back to the Central Dynasty. Hai Zidong comforted them, and at the same time, he transmitted his voice to them. Capture Dong Hanzong and hand him over to Qin Feiyang. This is the only way. Think about it carefully. They looked at each other. In the end, for the future of the Ocean Tribe, they made a decision. Okay, let's do it. Who cares about the Central Dynasty? Who cares about the Emperor? Let's save our own lives first. Hearing these words, Hai Zidong's eyes flashed with a smile. With the support of these people, whether it was to rule the Ocean Tribe and the Beast Race in the future or to contact Qin Feiyang, there was no need to hide. As for this Dong Hanzong, he actually came to him for help? Wasn't this walking into a trap? Chapter 4274. The more Dong Hanzong looked at Hai Zidong's group, the more he felt that something was wrong. Whether it was Hai Zidong or the several sea folk, although they all had a fawning appearance, there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. No. These people can't be trusted. Dong Hanzong made a prompt decision. Dong Hanzong turned around and flew away without looking back. Where do you think you're going? The several sea folk elders looked at each other and stepped out, surrounding Dong Hanzong. What are you doing? Dong Hanzong looked at them gloomily. Nothing. We just want to protect you. It's too dangerous for you to run out alone. Hai Zidong chuckled. However, this smile made Dong Hanzong more and more flustered. Dong Hanzong looked at the several sea folk elders and said with a smile, "Quickly invite this lord to rest on the island." Yes. They nodded and retreated to the side, pointing at the island below. "Lord, please." Dong Hanzong's eyes flickered as he flew towards the island. But before he could fly more than 10 meters, he suddenly turned around and fled. Take him down. Hai Zidong no longer concealed himself and shouted coldly. The several sea folk elders no longer had a cold look in their eyes. Various law forces emerged and imprisoned Dong Hanzong's divine soul. "You're courting death." Dong Hanzong roared hysterically. "Courting death?" Hai Zidong sneered and looked at Dong Hanzong. "If we help you now, we'll be courting death." "Your Highness, what are you doing?" On the island below. Many sea folk appeared and looked at Hai Zidong suspiciously. Hai Zidong sighed and said helplessly, "I'm protecting you. If we let Dong Hanzong go now, Qin Feiyang will definitely not let us go." "Yes. This is the only way. Hand Dong Hanzong over to Qin Feiyang in exchange for our sea folk's survival." The several sea folk elders nodded one after another, their expressions filled with sorrow. In the past, the sea folk was the overlord of the divine kingdom, an existence revered by countless creatures. But now they had reached the point of betraying their master in exchange for survival. Hearing the words of Hai Zidong and the several eminent elders, all the members of the sea race fell silent. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. The once glorious sea race no longer existed. Now they were just pitiful creatures struggling for survival. Suddenly, the void ahead trembled. A space-time tunnel appeared. A group of 6 people walked out of the passage. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. In an instant, all the members of the oceanic race became nervous. Because whether it was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, or Mu Qing, they were all people who made people tremble in fear. Not to mention that Dong Tianxin, Dong Xian, and Dong Ping were the 3 geniuses of the Central Dynasty. What happened? Looking at the imprisoned Dong Hanzong, Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, and the white-eyed wolf were all faked. Because Hai Zidong was now one of them. When they learned that Dong Hanzong's divine soul had escaped here, they already knew that this would be the outcome. Dong Tianxin also knew. Because Dong Tianxin knew that Hai Zidong had surrendered to Qin Feiyang. But Dong Xian and Dong Ping did not know. The shock on their faces was very real. "Greetings, lords." Hai Zidong hurriedly went up and bowed, and waved to the clansmen behind him. These clansmen also understood Qin Feiyang's intentions and hurriedly bowed to Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang glanced at the members of the sea race and said, "You are imprisoning Dong Hanzong now. Your clansmen don't have any objections, right?" "They won't have any objections. Because I have already taken care of it. Now these clansmen are very supportive of me." Hai Zidong secretly said. "Not bad. It seems that you did not disappoint my high hopes for you." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Hai Zidong smiled coldly, not taking it seriously. "I hopes. Don't make it sound so dignified. You obviously want to use me. Lord Qin, we will hand over Dong Hanzong's soul to you now. Please give us a way out." Several elders looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. "A way out?" Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Ping hesitated, turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Please give them a way out." After all, they have helped us. Why are you interrupting? Dong Tianqin secretly glared at him. Brother, what are you saying? The sea race is also a member of our divine kingdom. Is it wrong for me to plead for them? Dong Ping was puzzled. Dong Xn also looked at Dong Tianqin suspiciously. You don't understand. Hai Zedong has already surrendered to Qin Feiyang. Now it is just a show that Hai Zedong is putting on in front of the clansmen. Dong Tianqin secretly said. What? Hai Zedong has already surrendered to Qin Feiyang? The two were surprised. That's right. I fell into Qin Feiyang's hands because of this Hai Zedong. Dong Tianqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. But he didn't think that even if Hai Zedong didn't betray him, he still couldn't escape. Damn bastard. Dong Ping and the other two were furious. Hai Zedong felt the killing intent of the three, but he didn't take it to heart. Because Dong Tianqin was already under Qin Feiyang's control, what was there to worry about? Since Dong Ping personally pleaded for you, I will be merciful and give you a way out. But remember, don't offend me again. Qin Feiyang looked at the several founding elders and said indifferently. Thank you, Lord Qin. The elders were moved to tears of gratitude. The other members of the sea race also heaved a sigh of relief. Hai Zedong was also very grateful. He then looked at Dong Ping and bowed. Thank you, Lord, for pleading for us. Dong Ping's face darkened. Why don't you go and be an actor? Qin Feiyang turned to Mu Qing and asked, This is the last divine soul, right? Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at Dong Tianqin and the other two and said, As long as this spirit is destroyed, Dong Hanzong's soul will truly be destroyed. So, are we going to do it or are you going to do it? Of course it should be us. Dong Tianqin and the other two stepped out and landed in front of the barrier. They looked at Dong Hanzong and sneered, You didn't expect this, right? Even if you split a dozen divine souls, you can't escape death. Why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for Mu Qing's help, do you think you could find my divine souls? You are just a few pieces of trash who only know how to rely on others. No, you are worse than trash. Dong Hanzong roared. Still arrogant. Dong Ping smashed the barrier and grabbed Dong Hanzong's divine soul. Even if you kill me, you are still trash. This is your fate and it can never be changed. Dong Hanzong laughed. Dong Ping was furious. But Dong Tianqin suddenly reached out and pressed Dong Ping's shoulder. He smiled and said, There is no need to be angry with a person who is about to die. True. Dong Ping nodded and sneered, You just want to provoke us so that we will give you a chance to live, but do you think that is possible? Dong Hanzong panicked. He did have such a plan, but he didn't expect Dong Tianqin to see through it. As for what trash? That's even more ridiculous. Right now, we are looking down on you as the victors, and you are being held in our hands like a dead dog. This is the best proof. Dong Ping sneered. You won't be proud for long. Facing the repeated humiliation, Dong Hanzong roared in exasperation. I'm still better than you. Go and apologize for the mistakes you've made. Dong Ping clenched his fist and the last divine soul of Dong Hanzong was crushed on the spot. Only a resentful roar was left, echoing in the air above the island for a long time. He's finally dead. Dong Xian whispered. The disgusting feeling in her heart finally disappeared. His entire body felt comfortable. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Dong Tianqin and the other two. He grinned and said, You three, Hai Zedong has helped us so much. Shouldn't we give him some reward? Reward him? The three of them froze. Don't take advantage of us, okay? But Hai Zedong and the others' eyes lit up. These three were all peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty and came from powerful families. They must have a lot of treasures on them. Moreover, with their status and identity, they would be too embarrassed to take out ordinary cheap things. We can't let people help us for free. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Dong Tianqin's face darkened and said angrily, Our interspatial rings were destroyed when we fought with you. We can't even take out half a divine stone, let alone other things. Insincere. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The key is that we can take it out. Dong Tianqin roared. Fine. It seems that your so-called status and identity are all bragging. The white-eyed wolf said with a look of disdain. The three of them had dark faces and blue veins popped out. Hai Zedong's eyes flashed and he bowed. Lord Wolf King, we don't need any reward. If possible, I hope to get a promise from Dong Tianqin and the other two. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What promise? Qin Feiyang, Dong Tianqin, and the other two couldn't help but look at Hai Zedong in confusion. Hai Zedong looked at the clansman behind him and waved his hand. You can leave first. Your Highness, the several elders were very worried. Hai Zedong said, whether or not we can keep the peace of the sea race forever depends on this. You can leave now. Keep the peace of the sea race forever? The several elders looked at each other. All of a sudden, she felt that the little prince was quite daring. Okay. Be careful. They secretly responded, then turned to look at the clansmen behind them and shouted, You can leave now. At that moment, all the clansmen of the sea race flew towards the island below. Soon, only Hai Zedong, Qin Feiyang and the others were left here. What does this guy want to say? So mysterious. The white-eyed wolf muttered. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Whoosh. Hai Zedong took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Dong Tianqin and the other two. He bowed and said, This lowly one hopes that the three of you can keep your mouth shut about the matter of this lowly one submitting to Qin Feiyang. Especially not to tell His Majesty. This. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. This kid was smart. It was really impressive. Because if the matter of Hai Zedong submitting to them fell into the ears of the Central Dynasty's emperor, the emperor would never let Hai Zedong and the sea race go. At that time, the sea race would really face the crisis of extinction. Chapter 4275. Although Hai Zedong had no choice but to submit to Qin Feiyang, would the emperor care about this? The emperor only knew that Hai Zedong had indeed betrayed the divine kingdom. Would the emperor show mercy to a traitor? Definitely not. But if Dong Tianqin and the other two helped to hide this matter from the emperor, then Hai Zedong and the sea race would not be in danger of extinction. That was why Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf said that Hai Zedong was smart and knew how to seize the opportunity to solve these hidden dangers. Compared to the so-called reward, it was much more worth it. Because not only would this protect Hai Zedong himself, but also the entire sea race. Looking at Dong Tianqin and the other two. Hearing Hai Zedong's request, they could not help but frown. Hey. This request is not too much. Besides, you are now our people. You and Hai Zedong are already on the same side. Isn't it only right for us to help each other? Or do you have other intentions? The white-eyed wolf stared at the three with hostility. Dong Ping said angrily, We are only under your control, we did not submit to you. But your brother said so. The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Brother? Dong Ping looked at Dong Tianqin in disbelief. Dong Tianqin's eyes darkened as he looked at Dong Ping and Dong Xen. I did not say that. We are just in a cooperative relationship. Besides, I have no choice. In order to save you, I have to agree. Hearing this, the two could not help but fall silent. Just a cooperative relationship? Why do I seem to remember that you said to be loyal? The white-eyed wolf had a playful look on his face. You? Dong Tianqin stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily, not giving him any face at all. Finally, he looked at Hai Zedong angrily and nodded. Okay, I promise you, I will help you keep this secret. Words are no proof. Swear a blood oath. Hai Zedong said. Don't go too far. Dong Tianqin was furious. Do you think you're Qin Feiyang? You're just a little prince of the sea race. How dare you make him swear a blood oath? The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, Don't waste time. If you want to swear a blood oath, then so be it. You have nothing to lose anyway. Hai Zedong cast a grateful look at the white-eyed wolf. Without the white-eyed wolf's deterrence, it was impossible for Dong Tianqin to make a blood oath. Dong Tianqin was so angry that his body couldn't help trembling as he said furiously, If I don't swear this blood oath today, what can you do to me? Give it a try then. Anyway, your brother and Dong Xian's lives are still in Long Chen's hands. By the way, let me remind you that the one controlling your younger brother and Dong Xian is soul manipulation. The white-eyed wolf cackled. Soul manipulation. Dong Tianqin didn't think much of it because he knew that it was the soul-controlling technique. However, Dong Ping and Dong Xian's faces turned pale when they heard the word soul manipulation. Yu Lao, Neptune, the dragon god, the sea god, and the beast god were all controlled by soul manipulation and willingly stripped of their ultimate meaning. Do you also want Dong Ping and Dong Xian to follow in their footsteps? The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Tianqin and laughed proudly. You. Dong Tianqin glared at the white-eyed wolf in anger. There's no use glaring at me. The final choice is up to you. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Do you think you have a chance to resist? Off. Dong Tianqin took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he quickly swore a blood oath. Looking at the oath seal descending from the sky, Hai Zedong also let out a long sigh. Let's go. Let's meet up with senior brother. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After sending Mu Qing to the Black Tortoise world, he opened a space-time passage and left. After the group left, several elders of the Sea clan immediately flew up and looked at Hai Zedong. Your Highness, what exactly did you say to them? There was actually an oath seal descending. Good thing. From now on, our Sea clan will no longer be in any danger. Hai Zedong laughed. Really? The few of them couldn't believe it. Because in their opinion, Hai Zedong didn't have the ability to do so, not to mention the other party was a peerless genius like Dong Tianqian. What? Could it be that in your eyes I'm still that playboy? Hai Zedong looked at them. No. They hurriedly waved their hands. Sigh. Hai Zedong looked at them, then glanced at the clansmen on the island below and sighed. In the past I was very playboy and only knew how to idle around all day, but people will grow, especially after experiencing such a big bumpy life. If I still don't know how to grow, then there is really no hope. When the elders heard this, they couldn't help but look at Hai Zedong seriously. This was too much of the little prince in their impression. However, this was something to be happy about. It meant that His Highness had grown up, matured, and could shoulder the burden of reviving the Sea clan. At the same time, what are you staring at? If it wasn't for you being pitiful, this daddy would have killed you long ago. In the sky above a broken mountain, Madman sat cross-legged in the void, staring at Dong Qin angrily. Dong Qin's body was dripping with blood, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in her lower abdomen. She was imprisoned in a barrier, and throughout the whole process she stared at Madman with a pair of resentful eyes. Facing Madman's angry rebuke, Dong Qin didn't speak, nor did she have any reaction. She just stared at Madman without moving. Madman rubbed his forehead, speechless. This daddy really doesn't know what charm that Dong Hanzong has to make you so infatuated with him. Let's talk about his appearance first. He isn't half as handsome as this daddy. Then his strength is just average. Finally, his character is simply a fighter among scum. Shut up. You are not allowed to say that about Brother Zone. Dong Qin finally reacted. Brother Zone? I think you are really sick. Madman shook his head. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the others arrived. Qin Feiyang smiled. Senior brother, what if I say I'm sick? What else can I say? Madman got up, glanced at Dong Qin inside the barrier and said, this woman is really hopeless. This daddy has been talking here for a long time, but it feels like I'm playing the lute to a cow. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Dong Tianqian couldn't help but look at Dong Qin. Where's Brother Zong? Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others arrive, Dong Qin also calmed down. She pressed her hands on the barrier and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He is already dead. Dong Xian sighed. Dong Qin's expression stiffened and she shook her head. Impossible, you must be lying to me. Looking at her expression, Dong Ping couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped into the barrier and slapped Dong Qin's face, and Dong Qin was sent flying on the spot. Dong Ping roared, can you wake up? He is a scum, is he worth it? Dong Ping's reaction seems to be a bit big. White-Eyed Wolf muttered. Yes. And there seems to be a hint of jealousy. Qin Feiyang and Madman also nodded. Sigh. Dong Tianqian sighed and said, actually my younger brother has always liked Dong Qin, but Dong Qin's heart is only for Dong Hanzong. I see. Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly understood. It turned out to be a love triangle. White-Eyed Wolf secretly laughed. Even if your younger brother likes her, even if Dong Hanzong is dead, your younger brother has no chance unless your younger brother doesn't mind. What do you mean? Dong Tianqian looked at White-Eyed Wolf suspiciously. White-Eyed Wolf said, Mu Qin used her all-seeing eye to see Dong Qin and Dong Hanzong together last night. What? Dong Tianqian's expression stiffened, and when he recovered, he immediately looked at Dong Ping and said angrily, come back here, what does she have to do with you? How does it have nothing to do with me? I like. Before Dong Ping could finish, Dong Tianqian shouted, so what if you like her? She's already Dong Hanzong's woman. This? Dong Ping was stunned and quickly shook his head. That's impossible, you're lying. Mu Qin used her all-seeing eye to see it, how can it be fake? Dong Tianqian said. Dong Ping clenched his fists and grabbed Dong Qin's neck, lifting her up and shouting like a madman, tell me this is not true, it's not true. Dong Qin's mouth was bleeding and she looked at Dong Ping with empty eyes. Answer me. Dong Ping roared. That's right. Dong Qin nodded, her voice was extremely hoarse, and there was a trace of a bitter smile on her face. Bastard. You're not even married, why did you give yourself to him? Moreover, he's a scumbag. Dong Ping roared and he was about to break down. He squeezed Dong Qin's hand even harder, and Dong Qin was already in a state of suffocation. The madman hooked his arm around Dong Tianqian's shoulder and bared his teeth. Brother, if you don't stop it, this woman will be squeezed to death by your brother. Who's your brother? Dong Tianqin slapped away the madman's hand and sneered, this kind of woman deserves to die. Heartless. The madman shook his head, looking at Dong Qin again. After hearing the news of Dong Hanzong's death, she entered a state of numbness as if she had lost her soul. Even if she was suffocating, she didn't struggle at all, as if she had lost the motivation to live. Dong Ping's expression was extremely ferocious, and there was an indescribable pain. But gradually, he let go of his hand. Dong Qin was also powerless in the air. Looking down at Dong Qin for a long time, Dong Ping withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Feiyang. Can you let her go? What? Qin Feiyang, the madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. He actually pleaded for Dong Qin? This guy, was he also infatuated? Dong Tianqin couldn't help but frown as he glared at Dong Ping. What did you say? Say it again? Brother. Although she's not worthy of my love, I really don't want to see her die. Dong Ping said in pain. What do you want me to say about you? There are so many women in the Central Dynasty, and there are countless more beautiful than her. Why do you like her? You're my brother, can't you be more promising? Dong Tianqin stared at Dong Ping as if he expected better from him. Dong Ping couldn't help but lower his head in shame. If you don't plead for her, I don't care if she lives or dies. But now she must die. Dong Tianqin said gloomily. He stepped in front of Dong Qin and slammed his palm towards Dong Qin's head, his eyes emitting a shocking killing intent. Chapter 4276. Even so, Dong Qin did not react at all as if she did not see it. However, Dong Ping was a little anxious. He quickly grabbed Dong Tianqin's arm and asked, why do you want to kill her? Because I'm afraid you'll fall deeper and deeper. Besides, we're also involved in Dong Hanzong's death. I'm worried that she might use your feelings for her to take revenge on us in the future. Once a woman wants to take revenge, she's more terrifying than a storm. Dong Tianqin said in a deep voice. She won't. Dong Ping shook his head. She won't? Dong Tianqin was so angry that he laughed and shouted, with her feelings for Dong Hanzong, what can she not do? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Dong Tianqin's words could not be ignored. Dong Qin was willing to give up her life for Dong Hanzong, which showed how infatuated she was with Dong Hanzong. Therefore, it was not impossible for her to use Dong Ping's feelings for her to take revenge on Dong Ping and his brother. Dong Ping fell silent. Dong Tianqin pushed Dong Ping away and mercilessly hit him with his palm. Stay your hand. But at this moment, a shout was heard. Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly stunned. They quickly turned around and saw two figures flying through the air like lightning. It was an old man and a young man. The young man with blood-red hair wore a mask on his face and was full of killing intent. The old man was wearing a black robe. His old face was serious and had a trace of indifference. Inner demons? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Why would the inner demons come here? Who was the black-robed old man? However, when Dong Tianqin and the others saw the black-robed old man, their faces changed slightly. They quickly went forward and bowed. Greetings, Elder Fu. Elder Fu? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at this scene and became more and more confused. Even Dong Tianqin, Dong Ping and Dong Xian were so courteous to this person. It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. Elder Fu nodded. He sized up Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a hoarse laugh, you must be the famous Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo and Golden Wing Wolf King. Exactly. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf sent a telepathic message to the inner demons. Little devil, who is this old man? He seems very impressive. Who's the little devil? Can you stop giving me random nicknames? The inner demons were dissatisfied. This person is called Dong Laifu. His background is not ordinary. As for the details, I'll tell you when I have time. Dong Laifu, the white-eyed wolf grumbled. Dong Laifu looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said with a smile, heroes indeed come from the young. Even the top 5 prodigies of the Central Dynasty had been defeated by these 3 people. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. You're too kind. Qin Feiyang put on a fake smile. It looked like he was praising them, but it wasn't sincere at all. Dong Laifu didn't say much. He looked at Dong Tianqin and the others and said, your teacher is waiting for you at Mount Supreme. Go over immediately. What? Teacher is also in the 4 continents. When did he arrive? Dong Tianqin and the others were shocked, and their faces were filled with respect. Teacher? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were also extremely bewildered. When did Dong Tianqin and the others have a teacher? We just arrived. I heard about your situation, so I immediately asked Lu Yuntian to bring me to you. Luckily I came in time. Otherwise you would have made a big mistake. Dong Laifu said. What mistake? A woman like Dong Qin doesn't deserve to die. Dong Tianquan's eyes flashed coldly. A trace of anger appeared in Dong Laifu's eyes as he shouted, "It's not up to you to decide whether Dong Qin deserves to die or not. Take Dong Qin and follow me to Mount Supreme immediately." Dong Tianquan seemed a bit unconvinced. What? You don't even dare to listen to your teacher? Dong Laifu said angrily. I don't dare. Dong Tianquan hurriedly shook his head and said to Dong Ping, "Take her and let's go." But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf looked at the group and said, "Did we let you go again?" Especially when he looked at Dong Laifu, his eyes were filled with mockery. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Dong Laifu looked at the white-eyed wolf and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sorry, I've always been this arrogant. Unconvinced. Bite me. The white-eyed wolf laughed out loud and didn't hide the disdain in his words at all. Dong Laifu squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "Lu Yundan, how do you deal with someone as arrogant and despotic as him?" Kill. The inner demon said with a murderous aura. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and stared at the inner demons. He sneered, "You're just someone who lost to little Qinzi. Why are you so arrogant?" The inner demons laughed, "But it's more than enough to bully you. Come and try." The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and his aura surged out. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang reached out his hand and stopped the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, "Let them go. They're all losers anyway. Why not let them jump around for a few more days?" That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at the inner demons. He laughed and said, "If I can beat you up once, I can beat you up a second time and a third time. Then I'll look forward to our next meeting." The inner demons laughed sinisterly. "You'd better not look forward to it." The white-eyed wolf smiled coldly and waved his hand. "Get out of here before I regret it. Bastard, let's see how long you can be arrogant." The inner demons snorted and opened a space-time passage. The group left one after another. After the passage disappeared, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and grinned. "How was it? My acting skills are superb, aren't they?" Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and a playful look flashed in their eyes. They looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise and asked, "So you were acting? You didn't see it?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and his face was full of suspicion. "No. We thought you were really going to fight with the inner demons?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Haha. It seems that my acting skills have reached the point of perfection. You can't see through it." The white-eyed wolf heard Qin Feiyang's words and suddenly laughed proudly. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman wanted to laugh and their faces turned red. "What are you doing?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the two and suddenly realized and said angrily, "Are you playing with me? You only realized it now?" Madman shook his head and laughed. What a simple-minded guy. The white-eyed wolf's face was dark. After all this time, it turned out that he was just amusing himself. "I'm not joking." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said in a low voice with a serious face, "Do you think Dong Laifu and the others know that Dong Tianquan is under our control?" Madman pondered for a while and said with a frown, "Didn't Dong Laifu say that they just came to the 4 great continents? As long as Big Cousin and the inner demons didn't say anything, then they shouldn't know." "Don't worry, Big Cousin and the inner demons definitely won't say anything." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. "Big Cousin and the inner demons definitely know what to do. I'm just a little worried. Who is this so-called teacher? Even Dong Tianquan, a proud and unparalleled genius, is so respectful to him?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "It's useless to think about it. Only the inner demons and Big Cousin can contact us." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "Then let's go to the Black Tortoise world first. I also need to think about the next plan." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and opened a space-time tunnel, leading the two away without looking back. Mount Supreme. At this moment, the king, the divine king, and the Lord Supreme of the human race were gathered in the conference hall. Right in front of them sat an old man. He had white hair and a white beard, a kind face and a dragon-headed walking stick next to him. It was golden in color and flashed with divine light. Overall, this person looked like an old grandpa next door. He didn't have any threatening aura at all. However, the monarch and the other two seated below were all trembling with fear at this moment. The old man didn't dare to speak and they didn't dare to say anything either. The hall was deathly silent. Lu Jijin was also there, drinking tea silently. Swish. A while later, 6 figures appeared outside the door. It was Dong Lifu, the inner demons, and Dong Tianqian. Dong Lifu stood at the door and looked at the old man sitting above. He bowed and said, "My lord, they're here. Let them in," the old man said. Dong Lifu nodded and retreated to the side. The inner demons was the first to enter the hall. He ignored the old man and directly walked to Lu Jijin's side and sat down. The old man seemed to be used to such an attitude and ignored them. However, Dong Tianqian and the other two were a little frightened. They looked at each other and carefully walked into the hall. They bowed and said, "Disciples Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xen greet master." However, Dong Qin stood outside the door in a daze and did not move at all. Dong Lifu said in a low voice, "Dong Qin, why are you still standing here? Quickly go in and greet your master." Dong Qin raised her head and looked at Dong Lifu, then at the old man in the hall. Then she entered the hall and said listlessly, "Greetings, master." The old man glanced at Dong Qin, then looked at Dong Tianqian and the other two and asked, "Where's Dong Hanzong?" When she heard the name Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin suddenly trembled. She pointed at Dong Tianqian and the other two and said angrily, "Master, it's them." They joined forces with Qin Feiyang and the others to kill Dong Hanzong. When the old man heard this, his expression remained the same, but the atmosphere in the hall had obviously changed. He looked at Dong Tianqian and the other two without saying a word. "Master, please listen to our explanation. We killed Dong Hanzong for a reason. He was the one who schemed against us first." Dong Tianqian hurriedly explained. "How did he scheme against you?" the old man asked. Dong Tianqian and the other two looked at each other and immediately recounted in detail how Dong Hanzong schemed against them. The monarch and the other two, the inner demons, and Lu Jejin listened in silence. They did not say a word throughout. Dong Lifu, who was standing behind the old man, could not help but frown when he heard this. The old man's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was listening to an extremely normal thing. "That's how it is. Master, tell us, can't we be angry in this situation?" Dong Tianqian said angrily. Chapter 4277. The old man gestured for the three of them to be quiet. He looked at Dong Qin and asked, "Is what they said true?" "I don't know." Dong Qin shook her head. "Dong Qin, you have to have a conscience. You were with Dong Hanzong last night. How can you not know?" Dong Xang glared at Dong Qin. This woman was really obsessed. Dong Qin looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "I really don't know. Brother Zong didn't tell me this. I also believe that Brother Zong wouldn't do such a thing." "You wouldn't?" "Haha, Dong Ping and I were deceived by him and imprisoned in the spatial divine item. This is something we experienced personally. How can you argue for him?" "Dong Qin, how long are you going to be confused?" Dong Xan shouted angrily. "What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing." Dong Qin looked at Dong Xan expressionlessly. Dong Tianqian looked at Dong Xan with killing intent in his eyes. He said telepathically, "Dong Ping, did you see that? She's starting to take revenge on us." He should have killed this woman instead of giving Dong Lifu face. Even if his teacher would blame him, he would at most be punished. It was better than being bitten by Dong Qin. Sigh. Dong Ping sighed deeply. It was all his fault. If he hadn't stopped his elder brother would have killed this woman before Dong Lifu arrived. He wouldn't be facing a situation where he couldn't explain himself. The old man looked at Dong Tianqian and the other two and said indifferently, "So, this is all your side of the story?" "Teacher?" The three of them were burning with anxiety. It was true that they couldn't prove this matter. When Dong Ping and Dong Xan were controlled by Dong Hanzong, they didn't record it. Although Dong Tianqian knew, he only heard it from Qin Feiyang, Dong Ping, and Dong Xan. He didn't have any evidence. He couldn't let Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing testify. Even if Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were willing to testify, the old man wouldn't believe them. After all, they were enemies. And Dong Qin's eyes flashed as she looked at Dong Ping and Dong Xen. She asked, "Just now you said that it was Feng Zi and Long Chen who came to save you, and that it was Long Chen who used soul-controlling art to break Brother Zong's control over you, right?" "Yes." The two of them nodded. "Since Long Chen's soul-controlling technique can break Brother Zong's control over you, then he can definitely control you. Are you under their control now?" "And Dong Tianqian, how did you survive after falling into Qin Feiyang's hands? Don't tell me he let you go out of kindness." Dong Qin sneered. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. These words implied that they were starting to take revenge on Dong Tianqian and the others. Dong Tianqian and the other two didn't dare to answer these questions. "What is it? You can't answer my questions?" Not only did Qin Feiyang and the others not kill you, but they even helped you deal with Brother Zong. What is the secret behind this? Can you tell me the truth now? Dong Qin shouted. Do you mean that we colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others? Let me tell you, don't make slanderous accusations. Dong Ping glared at Dong Qin. He didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. She didn't know right from wrong and insisted on sophistry. He must have been blind in the past to like this kind of person. Slanderous accusations? Dong Qin laughed angrily. Then you have to give us a reasonable explanation. You? Dong Ping was burning with anger. He even wanted to hit Dong Qin. What? You want to kill me to silence me? Unfortunately, teacher and Uncle Fu are here now. You don't have the chance. Dong Qin sneered. If I wanted to kill you to silence you, I wouldn't have stopped Big Brother. Dong Ping shook his head. His face was full of disappointment. This time he finally saw Dong Qin's true colors. Did you stop him? It was you who asked Dong Tianqian to kill me. Don't make irresponsible remarks in front of teacher. Dong Qin snorted coldly. You? Dong Ping was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the saying goes, the evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. He asked for it. If he had killed Dong Qin earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. You regret it now, right? It's too late to regret. Dong Tianqian sighed. Brother, I'm sorry. Dong Ping lowered his head, regretting it too much. All right, as long as you're awake. Dong Tianqian waved his hand, looked up at the old man and said, Teacher, since we've already said this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, Dong Ping, Dong Xian and I have been controlled by them. Teacher, did you hear that? They were jealous that Brother Zong was better than them, so they colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others to attack Brother Zong. Brother Zong died with a grievance. Dong Qin's face was full of sorrow. The old man looked at Dong Qin, Dong Tianqian, and the other two and said, Tell me your reasons. There's no other way. I've already fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. And at that time, Mu Qing saw that Dong Ping and Dong Xian were controlled by Dong Hanzong, so I had to rely on Qin Feiyang's strength to rescue Dong Ping and Dong Xian. So, I had no choice but to swear a blood oath. But I swear that I didn't betray the divine kingdom. Dong Tianqian said sincerely. Dong Xian and I had no other choice. At that time, Long Qin used the soul controlling technique to help us break Dong Hanzong's control, and then immediately replaced us. Dong Xian and I've had our bodies destroyed and even our divine souls were damaged, so we had no chance to resist. But at the end of the day, all of this was caused by Dong Hanzong. If he hadn't schemed against us, would we have ended up like this? So, even if you want to punish us now, we won't regret it. Dong Ping and Dong Xian also said. The truth is right in front of us and you still want to frame Brother Zong? Are you still human? Dong Qin roared. Dong Ping clenched his fists and glared at Dong Qin and said word by word, Bitch, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Come on. You even dare to murder Brother Zong, what am I to you? Dong Qin didn't retreat, instead she stepped forward and looked at Dong Ping provocatively. You think I don't dare? Dong Ping was so angry that he raised his arm and charged at Dong Qin. Whoosh. But at this moment, Dong Laifu took a step forward and landed in front of Dong Ping. He grabbed Dong Ping's wrist and said angrily, Don't mess around. Uncle Fu, she's really sowing discord. You have to believe us. Let's not talk about anything else, just based on the family background of Dong Xian and my brother, there's no need to murder Dong Hanzong. Dong Ping was furious. They were the victims, but now it was hard for them to defend themselves. The Lord has his own judgment. Dong Laifu said. Dong Ping looked at the old man, broke free from Dong Laifu's big hand, and turned around angrily and retreated behind Dong Tianqian. Dong Laifu also went behind the old man again. Dong Qin looked at the old man and cried, Teacher, please do justice for Brother Zong. Dong Ping and the other two would have sympathized with her in the past, but now they felt disgusted. Birds of a feather flocked together. Dong Hanzong was a despicable person, and Dong Qin was no exception. That was why they were together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a pair of dogs. The old man looked at the four of them and fell silent for a while. He then turned to the inner demons and said, Lu Yuntan, Lu Yunfeng, you've been in the 4 great continents for so long. Don't you have anything to say? This is their personal grudge. What can we say? Besides, we don't know about this at all and we're not familiar with them. The inner demons said indifferently. The old man looked at the two of them meaningfully and waved his hand. In that case you can leave first. The Lord, the Divine King and Jizun, you can leave first. Leave? The 5 of them were stunned. What was it that they couldn't let them know? Dong Lifu shouted. Why are you so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't cripple you? The inner demons raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up, staring at Dong Lifu unkindly. You? Dong Lifu was furious. What about me? Aren't you just a lackey? Don't bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me. The inner demons sneered and turned to leave without looking back. Lu Jiajin put down his teacup and looked at Dong Lifu with a smile. He also turned and walked out of the hall. Lord, look, what kind of attitude is this? They're simply lawless. Dong Lifu was trembling with anger. Haven't they always been like this? The old man smiled bitterly. Even he felt a headache when facing the inner demons. The Lord and the other two looked at each other and got up to leave the hall. Close the door. The old man ordered. Yes. The monarch replied respectfully and closed the door. What's going on? The divine king frowned. Who knows? The human race sovereign shrugged. You two, do you know? The Lord looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin standing in front and asked through voice transmission. Do I look like I know? The inner demons rolled his eyes. The Lord smiled embarrassedly and said to himself, It seems that the people of the Central Dynasty really don't trust you. No. The Lord and the other two already knew the identity of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, so they were no longer as cautious as before. Sigh. The problem of trust really needs to be solved as soon as possible. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and suddenly turned to look at the hall. A glint flashed in his eyes and he smiled secretly. The emperor has always trusted this old man. As long as I can gain his trust, it's equivalent to gaining the emperor's trust. What do you plan to do? The Lord asked secretly. The reason why the Central Dynasty doesn't trust us is because they don't know our origin. In other words, as long as they find out our origin, they will naturally lower their guard against us. Lu Jiajin smiled secretly. The inner demon said through voice transmission. Then as Qin Feiyang said, let's put on a show for this old man? I think so. Lu Jiajin nodded and said to the Lord and the other two through voice transmission. You guys stay here and wait for orders. The inner demons and I will contact Qin Feiyang and discuss the specific plan. They originally wanted to put on a show in front of the emperor, but since the emperor wasn't here, they could only use this old man. You guys don't want to stay and wait for their orders? The Lord asked hurriedly. Wait for orders? Do they have the right to do that? The inner demon's face was full of disdain. He immediately rose into the air and left without looking back. Lu Jiajin also smiled faintly and flew into the air like lightning. Looking at the suave back view of the two of them, the monarch and the deity king were filled with envy in their hearts. That was how people should be. They didn't care about anyone. Don't be envious. They have the right to do so. The supreme being of the human race laughed secretly. The Lord and the divine king looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 4278. Black Tortoise Realm. Tea Garden. The fragrance of tea filled the courtyard. Qin Feiyang sat at the stone table, drinking tea and muttering to himself. The madman and the white-eyed wolf each held a wine jar, talking and laughing happily. That was their character. As long as they were with Qin Feiyang, they would never hurt their brain cells and think about those difficult problems. But, suddenly, the voice transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He took out the voice transmission stone and checked it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Who is it? The white-eyed wolf and the madman looked at him in confusion. Big cousin. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the voice transmission stone. Two figures immediately appeared. Little devil, do you want to drink? The white-eyed wolf held the wine jar and shook it at the inner demons. Get lost. The inner demons glared at him. Forget it. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and put on an arrogant posture. You guys really know how to enjoy. Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled, then said, But now you guys stop. Go and call Mu Qing. Use the all-seeing eye to see what Dong Tianqian and the others are talking about in the main hall. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two frowned. Call Mu Qing first. Lu Jiajin said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, Mu Qing immediately appeared beside him. What are you doing? Can you let them go into seclusion? Mu Qing glared at Qin Feiyang. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, Help look after Dong Tianqian and the others. Mu Qing's face darkened. There was no end to it. She immediately opened the all-seeing eye. What's going on? Qin Feiyang asked. Previously, the teachers of Dong Tianqian and the others chased me, the inner demons, and the monarch out. I wonder what they are plotting? That's why I wanted to show it to Mu Qing. Lu Jiajin said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Look, how bad is your life in the Central Dynasty? If there's a small matter, I'll send you away. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them with disdain. Hearing this, even Lu Jijin felt a burst of anger, let alone the hot-tempered inner demons. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at the two of them and said, "It seems that the problem of trust needs to be solved as soon as possible. This is also the second reason why we sent you a message. Dong Tianqin and the other's teacher is called Dong Qingyuan. According to our inquiries, he is not only the teacher of Dong Tianqin and the others, but also the person in charge of the Death God army under the Emperor." Lu Jejin said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. The teacher of Dong Tianqin and the others? The person in charge of the Death God army? It can even be said that the Death God army was groomed by Dong Qingyuan. It's not hard to imagine how important and influential he is in the Central Dynasty. Lu Jejin smiled. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded, trying to calm down. Dong Qingyuan's status in the Central Dynasty was probably second only to one person and above everyone else. Lu Jejin continued, as for Dong Lifu, he is Dong Qingyuan's confidant. Because of Dong Qingyuan's backing, he is usually very arrogant. Arrogant? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "Did he offend you? He scolded us before." Of course, the inner demons are not people who will suffer losses. They fell out with him on the spot. Lu Jejin smiled. Awesome. How dare you offend such a big shot? The white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons and said jokingly. Bullshit, big shot. If not for the fact that I have to investigate the foundation of the Central Dynasty, I would have killed him with a slap. The inner demons was dismissive. He did not take people like Dong Lifu seriously at all. Haha, you are right. In front of us, who dares to call himself a big shot? The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Lu Jejin looked at the inner demons and the white-eyed wolf, feeling very helpless. They were people who were not afraid of anything. Fortunately, he could subdue the inner demons. Qin Feiyang could also subdue the white-eyed wolf. Otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. Dong Qingyuan is deeply trusted by the Emperor. So now, as long as we can gain Dong Qingyuan's trust, we can also gain the Emperor's trust. Lu Jejin looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. What do you plan to do? Qin Feiyang asked. As you said last time, put on a good show for him. Lu Jejin said. A good show? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and began to ponder. Lu Jejin said, my initial plan is that you find a remote mountain forest and pretend to be our family. Then we will take him to see you. We are your family. Do you still need to pretend to be us? The white-eyed wolf said at once. Lu Jejin said helplessly, what I mean is you pretend to be. Needless to say, I already know what you mean. You want us to pretend to be your parents. The white-eyed wolf quickly stopped the two of them and said with a smile, this is easy. I will pretend to be your father. You two unfilial sons, quickly call me father and let me hear it. Lu Jejin and the inner demons' faces darkened at once. Can't I? Then pretend to be your grandfather? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Wolf pup, do you need to be taught a lesson? The inner demon said angrily. Lu Jejin also stared at the white-eyed wolf unkindly. No matter what it was, as long as it reached the white-eyed wolf's mouth, it would change its taste. Be serious. Qin Feiyang gave the white-eyed wolf a knock on the head and looked at the inner demons and the big cousin. I have thought of a more perfect plan. Go ahead. The inner demons and Lu Jejin were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. The plan is still your plan, but don't take the initiative to bring them here. Because if you take the initiative, it will seem a little deliberate. The person who can control the Death God army is definitely not a fool. If you are not careful, you may not be able to eliminate their wariness of you. Instead, it may be counterproductive. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't take the initiative to bring them there? The inner demons frowned. We have to arrange this. Let them find out by themselves, and then quietly follow you to find us, the so-called parents. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Quickly tell us the details. Hearing this, the two of them were very curious. The first step. In the future, you will often go out late at night and quietly go out. When Dong Qingyuan and the others find out that the two of you always go out in the middle of the night, they will definitely be suspicious and will secretly follow you. In this way, won't it be very natural? The second step is to wait for them to follow you and find us. Then we will work together and put on a good show for them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this plan, whether it was the inner demons, Lu Jejin, the madman, or the white-eyed wolf, they couldn't help but nod. The credibility of this plan was indeed much higher. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and asked, "Then should we pretend to be hidden experts or ordinary people?" The madman touched his chin and said narcissistically, "With our strength and temperament, will they believe us if we pretend to be ordinary people?" The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. This damn madman's face was even thicker than his. "Indeed, we can't pretend to be ordinary people. After all, Dong Qingyuan is an overlord. He has seen countless people and will easily expose us." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's pretend to be hidden experts. We are good at this. As for the details, let's discuss it carefully. For example, who will be your father, who will be your grandfather, who will be your ancestor?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The inner demons clenched his hands and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Can't you send him to heaven with a kick? Are you jealous of my talent? Or are you jealous of my peerless beauty?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons. "Why don't you die?" The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf helplessly. Ahem. The madman coughed and said, "But then again, we are now in the divine kingdom. The entire divine kingdom is under the control of the overlord of the divine kingdom. Whether it is ordinary people or hidden experts, the overlord of the divine kingdom should know them all." "Stupid question." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "How am I stupid? You better explain it to me today." The madman raised his eyebrows and glared at the white-eyed wolf. "There are so many creatures in the divine kingdom. How can the overlord of the divine kingdom know all of them? You can ask little Qin Zi. He is also the overlord of the Black Tortoise world. Can he know everyone in the Black Tortoise world? Besides, even if the overlord of the divine kingdom knows, the emperor is not the overlord of the divine kingdom. How can he know? And the overlord of the divine kingdom is now confined in Hades. Can he run back and tell the emperor? Now tell me, aren't you stupid?" The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The madman's expression froze. He stared at the smug white-eyed wolf and really wanted to kick him. Lu Jiajin shook his head and laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "When I'm with you guys, no matter how tense the situation is, I can relax. No need to thank me." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and said, "If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and take down the fire lotus." The corner of Lu Jiajin's mouth twitched. He said with a dark face, "Let's discuss the details." A moment later, Mu Qing finally closed the all-seeing eye, but there was no joy on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Qin Feiyang and the others also finished discussing the details. They looked at Mu Qing and asked, "What's wrong?" "Strange." Mu Qing glanced at the few of them and said, "What's strange?" Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Mu Qing said, "They didn't say a word the whole time." "Didn't say a word? How is that possible?" The inner demons didn't believe it. "I also know it's impossible. So I guess they should be communicating secretly," Mu Qing said. "Communicating secretly?" Qin Feiyang frowned and pondered for a moment. He looked at Mu Qing and said, "It seems that they have learned their lesson. They are guarding against you spying on them." "Yes." Mu Qing nodded. "So you didn't gain anything at all?" The inner demons asked. "If they don't say anything, what can I gain? But it's not difficult to find out what they are planning. Just ask Dong Tianxin and the other two. If Dong Tianxin doesn't tell the truth, then let Long Qin do it. Dong Xan and the other two are controlled by the soul-controlling technique. It's too easy to make them talk," Mu Qing said. "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while. Suddenly he patted his head and said, "Looking at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Dong Tianxin and the other two have already confessed to Dong Qingyuan that they were controlled by you." "What? Confessed?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "You can't blame them. They didn't say this at first. Later, under Dong Qin's coercion, they had no choice but to confess." Lu Jiajin sighed. "So, Dong Qin is really taking revenge on them?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. The three of them are now facing a situation where they can't explain themselves." Lu Jiajin nodded. "This woman can't be kept alive," the white-eyed wolf snorted. His eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 4279. "It's hard to kill her now." Lu Jiajin shook his head. "Indeed. It's all Dong Ping's fault. He can't do anything right. Now that he's seen Dong Qin's true face, he must be regretting it." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "He's regretting it now. What a pity. There's no medicine for regret in this world." Lu Jiajin nodded with a smile. "Now I'm impressed by Dong Tianxin. Although he's a typical villain, at least he's smart." He can see through everything. The white-eyed wolf said. You're wrong. The 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty aren't idiots. The reason Dong Ping made a mistake this time was entirely because of his feelings for Dong Qin. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player. Lu Jiejin smiled faintly. Yes. Everyone nodded. If they were in Dong Ping's shoes, they might not be as rational as him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked at Lu Jiejin and the inner demons and said, let's not talk about them for now. We'll act according to the plan. Be careful and don't give yourself away. This plan could only succeed. It couldn't fail. Otherwise, Lu Jiejin and the inner demons wouldn't be able to gain the Emperor's trust and might even expose their identities. Okay. Lu Jiejin and the inner demons nodded and turned off the voice transmission stone. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and pondered for a while. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, if we want to pretend to be hidden experts, do we have to find a small mountain village and ask the villagers to cooperate with us? No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. No need? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we find a small mountain village. But have you ever thought about why they'll help us? Even if we can bribe them and make them cooperate with us, how can you be sure of their acting skills? If their acting skills aren't good, they'll be exposed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what's your opinion? The white-eyed wolf asked. I can't say that it's a brilliant idea. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You have a lot of ideas? The white-eyed wolf continued Qin Feiyang's words and joked. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He shook his head and said, let's go out and find a place as far away as possible. It's best if it's a place where there are very few people. With that, he left the black tortoise world with the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist. Mu Qin continued to cultivate in seclusion. West Continent. After spending half a day, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 split up and searched. Finally, they found a remote and inaccessible place. In this place, it was called Blue Sun Mountain. Within a radius of several million miles, there was not a single house. There were very few ferocious beasts in the mountains and they were not very strong. How is this place? On a certain mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf pointed around and laughed proudly. This was the place he had found. Sure. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded in satisfaction. There were green mountains and clear waters and the air was fresh. It was a very good place to nourish one's health. Normally, hidden experts would choose to live in a place with a beautiful environment and a quiet atmosphere where no one would disturb them. Suddenly, Madman pointed to a giant mountain peak not far away and laughed. Let's build the house there. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked up. The giant mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall and had verdant vegetation. A clear stream snaked down from the top of the mountain and reached the river below. The place that Madman pointed to was halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a pond about 10 meters wide and the stream flowed. There were some wild aquatic plants, lotus leaves and other plants floating on the water surface. There were also lotus flowers that were budding. On both sides of the pond, there was a very large stone platform that was enough to accommodate a dozen small wooden buildings. I think it's okay. Then let's do it, the white-eyed wolf said. Immediately, the 3 of them began to build the small wooden buildings on the mountainside. In less than an hour, 5 small wooden buildings rose from the ground. The 3 of them built a tea garden, an orchard, a flower garden and so on next to the small wooden buildings. Of course, the scale of the tea garden, orchard and flower garden was definitely not big. After all, the space was limited. The white-eyed wolf went to the black tortoise world on a whim and caught a lot of small fish and put them in the pond next to it. It really looks like it. In the end, the 3 of them stood in the air and looked at the small mountain village halfway up the mountain with a satisfied smile on their faces. The environment was beautiful, peaceful and peaceful. Everything seemed simple and plain. Madman laughed. To be honest, I really want to live here and retire. And? Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone lived in such a place, drinking tea, basking in the sun, chatting, looking at the scenery and accompanying their family and friends. This kind of life was very comfortable. Don't worry, there will be a chance in the future. The white-eyed wolf laughed. After working hard for so many years, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman and the white-eyed wolf, they were already very tired in their hearts. It was just that there were too many helplessness in this world, and they had no choice but to continue walking. Qin Feiyang looked at the few small wooden buildings and muttered, however, it seems that there is still something missing. What is it? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then suddenly patted his head and said, it's too new. No. The 2 of them were taken aback and looked up. was true. Everything was new. It definitely didn't make sense. It has to be weathered by wind and rain. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and directly set up a time array halfway up the mountain. A time array of 5,000 years a day could make the house quickly weathered. As long as it weathered, the new side would disappear. There is still one more problem. Although there are very few beasts in this Blue Sun Mountain, it's not like there are none. They have lived in Blue Sun Mountain for so long, so they must be very familiar with the situation here. If Dong Qingyuan goes to ask these beasts, won't he reveal a flaw? The white-eyed wolf said. That's simple. Kill all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain and replace them with the beasts in our Black Tortoise world. The beasts in the Black Tortoise world definitely won't betray us. The madman laughed. Don't kill randomly. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand, pondered for a while and said with a smile, send all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain to the Black Tortoise world. Anyway, they are not strong, so there is no need to worry about them disturbing the order of the Black Tortoise world. Damn, you have become so benevolent now? The madman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In this life we have killed enough. In the future we will try to avoid it as much as possible. It can be considered as accumulating merit for our future children and grandchildren. After all, this wife of mine has long wanted a child. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The madman nodded. Not for himself, but for his children and grandchildren. Then, the three of them took action and sent all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain into the Black Tortoise world. Then, Qin Feiyang personally entered the Black Tortoise world to find the beasts there for help. In the Black Tortoise world, whether it was humans or beasts, they were all dead loyal to Qin Feiyang. After all, Qin Feiyang's sacrifice for the Black Tortoise world was obvious to all. After the arrangements were made, the three of them began to arrange the furniture. This thing was even simpler, they could just take it from the Black Tortoise world. After everything was arranged, Qin Feiyang and the other two informed Lu Jiejin and the inner demons of the location and coordinates. Then they took out 3 bamboo rattan chairs and a wooden old tea table and placed them by the pond. Next, the three of them lay on the rattan chairs, drinking tea, chatting, and basking in the sun, enjoying this rare leisure. Late at night. 5,000 years in a day, it had already been more than 2,000 years in the time array. After more than 2,000 years, the new traces had disappeared. It looked extremely old and could even be called an antique. Swish. 2 figures descended. It was the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. Not bad. Looking at the small mountain village in front of them, a smile appeared on both of their faces. Especially under the hazy moonlight, this small mountain village seemed particularly peaceful. Since we're here, we'll go back tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. It's easier to attract Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu's attention this way. Lu Jiejin nodded. That night, the 5 of them sat under the moonlight and chatted a lot. There was the past and the future dreams. Before dawn, the inner demons and Lu Jiejin left. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 immediately got into character. Because they didn't know when Dong Qingyuan would follow them, they had to be in character at all times. In order to make it more realistic, Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf all invited their wives, which were the Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian. 5 small wooden buildings were just enough for them. Qin Feiyang and his wife lived in one building. The madman and Zhuo Xiaoxian lived in the same building. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Dance lived in the same building. The remaining 2 small wooden buildings naturally belonged to the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. And the roles they played were the inner demons and Lu Jiejin's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. The white-eyed wolf, this bastard, not only wanted to take advantage of the inner demons and Lu Jiejin, but he also wanted to take advantage of Qin Feiyang and the madman, competing to play the role of great-grandfather. The madman didn't want to be outdone and directly took the role of grandfather. Qin Feiyang was helpless and could only play the role of father. The plan was carried out step by step just like that, waiting for the fish to take the bait. The inner demons and Lu Jiejin basically came every 2 days. And they always chose to come late at night. Finally, on the 4th visit, Dong Laifu noticed something strange. What? They often sneak out in the middle of the night. When did it start? When Dong Qingyuan heard about this, he couldn't help but frown. I don't know when it started, but I paid special attention these 2 times. Every time they went out late at night and came back before dawn. Dong Laifu shook his head. Dong Qingyuan pondered for a while and said, from now on, don't do anything. Just focus on monitoring them. You're suspecting them? Dong Laifu asked. How can such abnormal behavior not arouse suspicion? Moreover, their origins are unknown. Dong Qingyuan said. Yes. Dong Laifu replied respectfully. No matter how suspicious they were, they would never suspect that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were from Great Qin. And they would never think that they were involved with Qin Feiyang and the others. This was because the inner demons and Lu Jiajin entered the Divine Kingdom more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm hadn't been connected yet. Without the connection of the Divine Kingdom's gate, in their opinion, it was impossible for anyone to sneak into their Divine Kingdom from another world. So, even if they were suspicious at most, they would only wonder whose son these two were. They were so monstrous. Chapter 4280. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. This time Lu Jiajin and the inner demons came 5 days later. They couldn't always be 2 days apart. That would seem too deliberate. If they wanted to bait the other party, they had to be natural. And this time, before Lu Jiajin and the inner demons came, they specially went to buy some divine wine and tea. Since they were going to visit the elders, they naturally had to show some filial piety. That was more realistic. Dong Lifu followed them all the way. What's going on? After buying the divine wine and tea, who are they going to visit? Looking at the series of actions of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, Dong Lifu was very puzzled. He thought that he hid well, but little did he know that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had already discovered that he was following them. All of this was done specially for him. Finally, Dong Lifu followed the inner demons and came to Qingyang Mountain. When he saw the small mountain village halfway up the mountain, he was immediately stunned. There were actually people in such a remote place? Did these two brothers come to visit the people in this small mountain village? All of a sudden, he was full of curiosity. What kind of person could make these two arrogant fellows respect him so much? So, with the help of the space divine object, he quietly sneaked over. Coming. Under the night sky. In front of the courtyard, Qin Feiyang and the other two sat together drinking tea. The mermaid princess and the other two were also sitting on the side. The inner demons nodded, glanced at the void behind without leaving a trace, and braced himself to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a smile, "Father, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa, this is for you." He really couldn't say it, but there was no other way. Dong Lifu was secretly watching. At the same time, hearing the name inner demons, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. If the inner demons called them that, it meant that the fish had taken the bait. The white-eyed wolf took the divine wine and laughed with a ruddy face. "My good grandson is really filial. Every time you come, you bring such divine wine for Great-Grandpa. Don't push your luck." The inner demons roared furiously. "If I don't say that, what else can I say?" The white-eyed wolf secretly smiled proudly. He opened the wine jar and impatiently drank a mouthful. "You old man, can't you drink less?" Fire Dance sat at the side and glared at the white-eyed wolf. Both of them looked like they were in their 70s or 80s. Their hair was white and their faces were full of wrinkles. "Old woman, we're already so old. Can't you care less about me? We'll talk about it later. Both of our little grandsons are so promising. I'm so happy." White-eyed wolf looked at Fire Dance with dissatisfaction. Then he turned to Madman, Qin Feiyang, Mermaid Princess, and Zhuo Shaoxian and asked, "Son, daughter-in-law, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, don't you agree? You don't have to call them all." The madman glared at him angrily. He was really addicted to taking advantage of others. "Someone is watching," White-eyed wolf said telepathically. Madman nodded helplessly and said, "You're the head of the family. Whatever you say." "Did you see that? My son is so sensible. Son, I'll give you a jar." White-eyed wolf laughed, grabbed an altar and threw it to Madman. "Thank you, father." Madman gritted his teeth. If he had known, he would have pretended to be his brother. Why would he pretend to be his son or grandson? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? "Why are you thanking me?" White-eyed wolf waved his hand and pointed at Lu Jiajin and Zhuo Shaoxian. "They bought this wine. If you want to thank someone, thank your two promising grandsons." Lu Jiajin and inner demons were about to collapse. So this is their home. Dong Lifu looked at this scene in astonishment. Father, mother, grandparents, great-grandparents, 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 these 4 generations living together. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at inner demons and said, "Son, last time you said that Dong? Dong Qingyuan." Inner demon's face darkened, but it was quite easy to call him that. Yes. Dong Qingyuan. Did he make things difficult for you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He dares. If he dares to make things difficult for my little grandson, I'll destroy him." White-eyed wolf suddenly roared. Hearing White-eyed wolf's words, Dong Lifu was shocked. So arrogant? Wait a minute. He carefully looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. None of them had any aura on them and they looked like ordinary people. Previously, it was precisely because he didn't feel that Qin Feiyang and the others exuded a powerful aura that Dong Lifu thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were just ordinary people living in the countryside. But now, after careful observation, he found that these people's temperament was faintly extraordinary. Gradually, he even felt an invisible sense of oppression. His pupils constricted involuntarily. He should have known. How could they be ordinary people if they could raise geniuses like Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng? Inner demons glanced at White-Eyed Wolf and said proudly, "Does he dare to bully us? I don't think he's a threat at all." "You can't say that." Qin Feiyang quickly stopped him. "What can't I say?" White-Eyed Wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "The descendants of the Lu family should be so domineering." "Oh, Grandpa." Qin Feiyang looked at White-Eyed Wolf and sighed. "Dong Qingyuan is from the Central Dynasty after all. We have to give him face." "What do you mean? Is face given by others? Is that what I taught you before? You have to fight for your own face." White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Yes. Don't be angry." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. "Why should I be angry at my old age?" White-Eyed Wolf snorted and looked at inner demons and asked, "Do they know about us?" "They don't. We've never mentioned you to them." Inner demons shook his head. "That's right. Since you're going out, you have to rely on your own abilities. In short, as long as you step out of this house, we won't care about you anymore. We'll talk about it later. I've always liked to keep a low profile. I don't want to be disturbed." White-Eyed Wolf said. "Understood." Inner demons nodded. "So that's how it is." Dong Lifu suddenly understood. So the reason why Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian never mentioned his family was because of the old master's orders. He left quietly without anyone noticing. After a while, he came out of the space divine item and entered a forest. In the forest, several beasts were dozing. He found one of the ferocious beasts. His eyes flashed slightly and he landed in front of it. Brr. The beast was suddenly awakened and stared at Dong Lifu fiercely. "Shoo." Dong Lifu made a shushing gesture and whispered, "If you dare to roar again, I'll kill you." The beast immediately showed a look of horror. "Let me ask you, how many years have the people halfway up the mountain lived here?" Dong Lifu asked. "Who are you? Why are you asking this?" The beast was surprised. "Just answer when I ask you to answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Killing intent flashed in Dong Lifu's eyes. The beast shrank its neck and hurriedly said, "They have lived here for many years." "Many years?" Dong Lifu was taken aback. "I don't know how many years it has been. Anyway, when I was born they were already living here. But because they keep a low profile and have a kind personality, the beasts in our Qingyang mountain area like them very much. Sometimes we even run to play with them." The beast said. "What about their strength?" Dong Lifu asked. "Their strength?" The beast pondered for a while and shook its head. "I don't know. I have never seen them fight before. They look a bit like ordinary humans, but they are definitely not." What? Dong Lifu was curious. "Think about it. Can ordinary people live for so long?" The beast said. "That's true." Dong Lifu smiled embarrassedly and turned his head to look at the mountainside. He looked at the beast and said, "I'm their friend and I'm going to give them a surprise. So when you meet them in the future, don't tell them that I have been to Qingyang Mountain." "So you're their friend. I was wondering why your aura is so strong." The beast smiled and immediately relaxed its vigilance. Dong Lifu chuckled, opened a space-time tunnel and turned to leave. "Do you think I'm a fool? Friends? One look and I know you're not a good person. I have to hurry and inform the Lord." The beast looked at Dong Lifu's back in disdain. When the teleportation tunnel disappeared, it immediately flew to the mountainside. They're going to visit their family? Mount Supreme. In a hall. Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Lifu who was standing below in shock. "That's right. And it's 4 generations in the same hall." Dong Lifu smiled hoarsely. "It's really a bit surprising." Dong Qingyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that these 2 brothers were doing something shady, but it turned out that they were just going back to show filial piety to their elders. Dong Lifu said, "I have also inquired the beasts in Qingyang Mountain. There is indeed no problem with their identity." "It's good that there is no problem. Because if there is no problem, we can put these 2 brothers in an important position." Dong Qingyuan smiled slightly. Dong Lifu nodded. "However, they are too low-key. To be able to cultivate 2 peerless geniuses, it proves that their strength isn't weak. Such people shouldn't be so unknown." Dong Qingyuan frowned. "This family is relatively low-key. Moreover, everyone's pursuit is different. Some people like power, some like wealth, but there are also many people who are indifferent to fame and fortune and prefer a plain life. Dong Lifu smiled. Makes sense. It seems that they are the so-called hidden experts. Go and prepare some gifts. After dawn I will personally visit them. Dong Qingyuan ordered. You still want to visit them? Dong Lifu was stunned. This is a bit of a fuss. We definitely have to visit them. After all, Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng are deeply loved by the emperor. Dong Qingyuan said. Dong Lifu nodded and then asked, then what gifts should we prepare? Shouldn't you ask yourself this? You have followed Lu Yuntian and the others for so long, don't you know what they like? Dong Qingyuan was speechless. Dong Lifu was stunned. After pondering for a while, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, they should like wine and tea because brother Lu Yuntian went back to visit them and gave them divine brew and divine tea. Divine brew, divine tea, Dong Qingyuan pondered and said, isn't this a bit too vulgar? Chapter 4281. Then what do you think is appropriate? Dong Lifu asked. Epitome of laws? Inheritance of laws? Or a dominator divine weapon? Dong Qingyuan lowered his head and murmured. Dong Lifu smiled wryly and said, my lord, these gifts are even more vulgar. Dong Qingyuan looked at him in confusion. Do you know what a reclusive master is? A reclusive master is indifferent to fame and fortune. They don't care about worldly possessions. These things are even worse than dirt in their eyes. Dong Lifu said. That's true. Dong Qingyuan nodded. So, I still think we should give them tea and wine. That's also what they like. If we give them other things they might be dissatisfied. Dong Lifu smiled. Dong Qingyuan thought for a while and felt that it made sense. He waved his hand and said, okay, you go and make the arrangements. Okay. Dong Lifu nodded and quickly left. I didn't expect that after all the investigation, this is the only thing we found. Dong Qingyuan shook his head and smiled. The sky gradually brightened. The inner demons and Lu Jijin washed up and left through the portal. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf sat in the yard, making a cup of tea and watching the sunrise. The mermaid princess and the other two were making breakfast in the house. The sun slowly rose. Everything was waking up. You three old men, it's time to eat. Zhuo Shaoxian walked out and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other three. They still looked the same as last night. And they had to keep this appearance in the future. Because Dong Qingyuan already knew that they lived here and could come to them at any time. Once they returned to their original appearance, wouldn't their identities be exposed? Breakfast was very simple and bland, but everyone enjoyed it. How nice it would be if it could stay like this. The mermaid princess sat next to Qin Feiyang and looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers. Her pursuit was simpler than Qin Feiyang's. Find a quiet place to be with the person she loved, hold his hand and grow old together. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but turn to look at the woman he loved and owed. What's wrong? The mermaid princess was puzzled. When we got married, I said I would make you happy for the rest of your life. But now I can't even give you a basic stable life. Qin Feiyang sighed, his face was filled with guilt. Isn't our life now a stable life? The mermaid princess smiled faintly. Stable? Qin Feiyang asked himself. Although he had always been with the mermaid princess, they didn't have much time. Or they were busy outside. Otherwise they would be cultivating in seclusion. Unknowingly, he held the mermaid princess' hand tightly. He silently said in his heart, after dealing with everything in the kingdom of God, no matter how big the matter is, I won't ask about it anymore. I must give my beloved woman a stable home and spend the rest of my life with her. Suddenly, the power of space-time law appeared in the void in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads to look, and their eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. A space-time passage appeared and two auras came out. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and smiled. They came really fast. They had never seen Dong Qingyuan in person, so they didn't know his aura. But they had seen Dong Lifu once, so they were familiar with his aura. One of them was Dong Lifu. Needless to say, the other unfamiliar aura was definitely Dong Qingyuan. Let's get ready to welcome these two guests. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Before he could finish his sentence, two figures walked out of the passage and entered their line of sight. Who else could it be but Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan? Dong Qingyuan was holding a golden walking stick in his hand. He walked unsteadily as if he would fall if the wind blew, but his eyes were full of energy. Dong Lifu was holding two gift boxes in his hands. As soon as Dong Qingyuan appeared, he glanced at the mountains below. It was indeed a good place to live in seclusion. My lord, they are there. Dong Lifu looked at Qin Feiyang and the others halfway up the mountain and said in a low voice. He had heard of it. Dong Qingyuan retracted his gaze and turned to look at the mountainside. Qin Feiyang and the others were also looking at the two of them suspiciously. There was no aura on them. They were even more ordinary than ordinary people. Dong Qingyuan strode towards the mountainside. Dong Lifu followed closely behind him. Who are you? What are you doing in our small mountain village? Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the two of them and asked warily. Dong Qingyuan landed on the edge of the cliff and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. We are here to visit you. Visit us. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and asked suspiciously, Do we know each other? No. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. If you don't know each other, why are you visiting us? Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. Dong Lifu looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Although we don't know each other, we know your two children. You know my two children? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, What children? Dong Lifu said with a smile, Brother Lu, don't joke. Aren't you Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's father? You? Qin Feiyang's face changed. Madman and the others also stood up. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Dong Lifu hurriedly waved his hand and said, We don't mean any harm. To be honest, we are from the Central Dynasty. My name is Dong Lifu and this is my master, Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Qingyuan in a daze. Dong Qingyuan had a kind face and looked like an old grandpa next door. Madman came back to his senses and turned to the white-eyed wolf and asked, He's the person Yun Tian and Yun Feng talked about last night? They did talk about Dong Qingyuan last night. But I don't know if it's true or not. But I don't think anyone dares to pretend to be from the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Of course no one dares to pretend to be from the Central Dynasty. I'm the teacher of Dong Qingyuan and Dong Tianxin. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qingyuan for a moment and said, So it's a big shot. Sorry for the disrespect. No. Dong Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand. What's wrong with these two bastards? I just told them not to mention us last night. Why are they here today? When they come back, I'll beat their butts. The white-eyed wolf muttered angrily. When Dong Qingyuan heard this, he hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf and said respectfully, Don't be angry. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng didn't tell us this. They didn't tell you? Then how did you know we live here? The white-eyed wolf frowned. To be honest, we followed them here. Dong Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. Followed? When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their expressions immediately became unfriendly. Calm down, calm down. Actually, it's like this. During this period, we accidentally found that the two brothers often sneaked out in the middle of the night. We thought they might have encountered some trouble. So I asked Lai Fu to follow them secretly and see if he could help them. In the end, we didn't expect that they came back to visit you elders. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile. This old man was too good at talking. He could even find such a perfect excuse to spy on them. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. You don't know that these two brats are very tight-lipped. In these years in the Central Dynasty, we repeatedly asked them about their identity, but they never said a word about their background. If it weren't for this accident, I'm afraid we'd never know that they have relatives like you. That's why we came uninvited. If we offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive us. Dong Lifu also explained. There's nothing to be offended about. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, These two brats must have caused you trouble. No. Everything else is fine, but they're a little arrogant. Dong Qingyuan waved his hand. It's all because their mother spoiled them. Qin Feiyang sighed. Who doesn't love their own children? Besides, they're already very outstanding, okay? The mermaid princess added appropriately and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly, looking like a typical henpecked husband. These two brats are indeed outstanding. Dong Qingyuan nodded with a smile and said to Dong Lifu, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give the gifts to them. Dong Lifu quickly nodded and walked up to Qin Feiyang. He handed the two gift boxes in his hand to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, It's just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. How could we accept it? You helped us take care of our children. We should be thanking you. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Don't say that. We also treat Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng as our own children, so we're also a family. It's our duty to take care of them. Let's talk about it later. We have to thank you for cultivating two outstanding talents for our divine kingdom. You may not know this, but they're top geniuses even in the Central Dynasty. Dong Qingyuan smiled. What talents? I think they're more like idiots. They don't even know they're being followed. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Ha! Hearing this, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Lifu laughed dryly. This old man was too petty. He still hadn't gotten over following Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. In order to change the topic, Dong Lifu quickly stuffed the gift into Qin Feiyang's hand. What's this? Open it and let me see. The white-eyed wolf glanced at him and said, Old man, you're getting more and more muddle-headed. How can you open a gift in front of others? The white-haired old woman, Fire Dance, stared at the white-eyed wolf and said, It's okay. We're family. No need to be so polite. Dong Qingyuan smiled. Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. Their family already? This old man really doesn't know what estrangement is. Chapter 4282. Did you hear that? He said there's no need to be so polite. Why are you still being so polite? The white-eyed wolf opened one of the gift boxes with great interest. Immediately, he was stunned. These were 5 exquisite clay pots, the size of an adult's fist. They were as white as clouds and emitted a hazy luster. What's this? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Open it and you'll know. Dong Lifu smiled. Dong Qingyuan also had some expectations in his eyes. Would these people be satisfied with this gift? The white-eyed wolf opened the clay pot suspiciously. A burst of tea fragrance suddenly came to his nose. Tea leaves? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and looked down at the clay pot. It was full of tea leaves, each of which was golden like a golden leaf, shining with divine light. At first glance, he knew that it was not an ordinary tea. However, the white-eyed wolf was not interested. Divine tea? No matter how high the quality of the divine tea was, he was not interested. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Lifu looked at each other looking at this gift. However, when they noticed the look on Qin Feiyang's face, they immediately smiled. Because Qin Feiyang was looking at the tea leaves with great interest. It seemed that someone liked it. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, took the teapot from the white-eyed wolf, took out a tea leaf, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. His eyes suddenly lit up. This was a top-grade divine tea. How generous. He did not expect Dong Qingyuan to give such a valuable gift. However, immediately after, he was stunned. Why did this tea leaf look a little familiar? What's wrong? Dong Lifu saw the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and asked nervously. Qin Feiyang suddenly showed a look of realization. He had seen this tea leaf before and he also had it. It was the tea leaves from Master Jijiu's tea garden. Is it a coincidence? Qin Feiyang frowned and opened the other 4 teapots. As a result, the tea leaves in these 4 pots were also seen in Master Jijiu's tea garden. It couldn't be so coincidental. Therefore, it was obvious that these were the tea leaves that Dong Qingyuan had asked 9th Master Ji for. Presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, he really knew how to have fun. However, it was indeed not easy for 9th Master Ji to take out 5 jars of tea leaves at once. He knew Master Jijiu's character too well. Tea was his lifeblood. Dong Lifu looked at the frowning Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Lu, if you are not satisfied. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. His brows relaxed and he smiled. I just find it unbelievable that they are all top-grade divine teas. This gift is too valuable. I don't deserve it. I don't dare to accept it. I see. I thought Brother Lu didn't like it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're all family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Dong Lifu chuckled. He had no choice but to accept that they were all old foxes who knew how to put on a show. In that case, Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan and said with a smile, Then I'll accept it. Thank you for your generous gift. Please take a seat. His attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. He didn't care much about these 5 jars of tea leaves. After all, there were even tea trees, so he definitely wouldn't care about some tea leaves. However, this was a greeting gift from the other party. There was a saying that one would not hit a smiling person. Besides, even if he was familiar with these tea leaves, he had to pretend that he didn't know them. Otherwise, his relationship with 9th Master Ji and the others would arouse Dong Qingyuan's suspicion. Dong Qingyuan chuckled and walked to the tea table and sat down. Dong Lifu stood behind Dong Qingyuan and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile. There's another gift that you should like. The white-eyed wolf opened the other gift box suspiciously and was stunned again. There was actually an interspatial ring in this big gift box? What a joke. Who would give an interspatial ring as a gift? Who would lack an interspatial ring at this level? The gift is in the interspatial ring. Dong Lifu said with a smile. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He grabbed the interspatial ring and lowered his head to check. Immediately, he was shocked. It was filled to the brim with divine wine. There were at least tens of thousands of jars. What's this? Lunatic was curious. What does it have to do with you? The white-eyed wolf glared at him and quickly put away the interspatial ring, not giving Lunatic any chance to snatch it. Lunatic's face darkened. If there were benefits, he should share it with everyone. How could he eat it alone? Ah! Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu laughed hoarsely. Sure enough, they gave the right gift. If they gave the law miniature, inheritance, or dominator divine weapon, these people might not be tempted. Please have some tea. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Dong Qingyuan. Of course. Now he was only soaking in Longjing tea. The tea leaves in 9th Master Ji's tea garden couldn't be taken out. Thank you. Dong Qingyuan chuckled and took a sip of tea. He nodded and said, "It's not bad. Although it's not divine tea, it has a different flavor when tasted carefully. It's good that you like it. I was worried that you, a big shot of the Central Dynasty, wouldn't be used to this kind of ordinary tea," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Don't call me big shot. It sounds too distant. Brother Lu, if you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother." Dong Qingyuan waved his hand and smiled. Yes. That's more intimate." The white-eyed wolf nodded. His attitude was completely different from before. "Ha!" Dong Qingyuan laughed happily and looked at Qin Feiyang. "It seems that this old man of your family is also a sentimental person." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Old man? If Dong Qingyuan knew that the old man in his eyes was actually the white-eyed wolf, who knew what he would think? "However, I have a question in my mind. Why have you been living in seclusion here?" Dong Qingyuan looked at them suspiciously. Finally, we're getting to the point. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Did he really think that Dong Qingyuan was here to visit them? No. He was here to find out about them. Well, actually there's no special reason. We just like peace and quiet. Moreover, for us, fame and fortune are not important. The happiest thing is to get together as a family and live a peaceful life. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. I see. Dong Qingyuan smiled and said with admiration, "Your state of mind is really admirable. We're just country bumpkins. What's there to admire?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile. No. There are not many people in the world who are indifferent to fame and fortune. For example, I can't do that. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. It can only be said that everyone has different pursuits. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Yes. Dong Qingyuan nodded and said with a smile, "As for country bumpkins, Brother Lu, you're belittling yourself. If you were really country bumpkins, would you be able to cultivate such outstanding descendants?" Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, "Yun Tian and Yun Feng have achieved what they have today because of their own efforts. It has nothing to do with us." You can't say that. Without a good cultivation environment, even the best talent will be in vain. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. In fact, after talking for so long, he was just trying to find out the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others. That's true. These two children are indeed talented, but they're a little disobedient. For example, more than 1,000 years ago we forbade them to go out and train, but they didn't listen. In the middle of the night, when we were all asleep, they sneaked out. I didn't expect them to go to the Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He looked as if he expected better from them. Brother Lu, I have to disagree with that. Young people should go out and explore. They should show their worth. If we keep them by our side, they'll never grow up. Dong Qingyuan said. That's true. So, we didn't care about them after that. As long as they don't do anything outrageous, let them be. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Dong Qingyuan said in a hoarse voice, although they're arrogant, I believe in my judgment. They won't do anything outrageous. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed and he asked, recently there's a young man called Qin Feiyang who's been making a lot of trouble. Have you heard of him? Qin Feiyang? The few of them were stunned. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile, don't tell me you don't know him at all? I know a thing or two. I heard that this Qin Feiyang came from the Sky Cloud realm. And he seems to be the daughter of the monarch, the descendant of Ji Tianyue. Qin Feiyang thought. Yes. Not only is he the descendant of Ji Tianyue, but he also has the purple gold dragon blood. And he has mastered the law of life and death, the 3,000 incarnations, the eye of heaven, and other heaven-defying means. He's caused a lot of trouble in our divine kingdom. Dong Qingyuan sighed. Is that powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Our 4 great continents and 5 great races have suffered losses in his hands. Moreover, the people sent by the Central Dynasty have also died in his hands. This time, I personally came to the 4 great continents to deal with him. Dong Qingyuan said. I didn't expect that the Sky Cloud realm could give birth to such a powerful young man. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The Sky Cloud realm is just a small place. It's really surprising that it could cultivate such an outstanding young man. The few of you are all hidden experts. Could you help me get rid of these scourges? Dong Qingyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others expectantly. I'm really sorry. As a member of the Divine Kingdom, it's our duty to help when the Divine Kingdom is in trouble. However, with our strength we really can't help much. However, I believe that Yun Tian and Yun Feng won't sit back and do nothing. We will also support them to defend the dignity of the Divine Kingdom and protect the people of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You are indeed very righteous. On behalf of the monarch and the millions of people of the Divine Kingdom, I thank you in advance. Dong Qingyuan cupped his hands and smiled. In fact, he was very disappointed. He said this because he wanted to find out the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others. However, this group of people didn't give him the slightest chance. They just casually dismissed him with a sentence. Chapter 4283. Dong Laifu looked at Dong Qingyuan and smiled. Master, what do you think of this place? Dong Qingyuan looked at him suspiciously. Dong Laifu said, I mean, how is the environment of Qingyang Mountain compared to Mount Supreme? Dong Qingyuan smiled and looked around. Mount Supreme definitely can't compare to this place. In that case, why don't we stay here from now on? Dong Laifu looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. I wonder if Brother Lu will welcome us. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Dong Laifu in shock. What does he mean? He's still relying on us? Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed as he looked at Dong Laifu and said, This isn't appropriate. If such a paradise is destroyed because of our arrival, wouldn't we become sinners? It's not that serious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. So, Brother Lu agrees to let us stay? Dong Laifu took advantage of the situation and asked. This? Qin Feiyang looked a little troubled. He pointed at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, I really can't make the decision. I still need the old man's approval. Dong Laifu looked at the White-Eyed Wolf again. Logically speaking, since we accepted our precious gift, we should indeed act as hosts, but we don't have any extra places to stay here. Besides, you guys are living well in Mount Supreme. If you suddenly move to our place, what will the human race's Supreme think? So, this old man thinks that we shouldn't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The White-Eyed Wolf shook his head and said it very tactfully. But as long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to understand the meaning behind his words. Dong Laifu and Dong Qingyuan looked at each other. Dong Qingyuan smiled and said, What the old man said makes sense. Let's return to Mount Supreme later. Alright. Dong Laifu nodded. The White-Eyed Wolf said again, However, we welcome the two of you as guests. It's an honor. Dong Qingyuan laughed. Next, the few of them began to chat. Although they were just chatting, basically every topic was to get information from Qin Feiyang and the others. Of course, Qin Feiyang and the others were not stupid and they answered fluently. They chatted until noon, but the two of them didn't gain anything at all. Originally, Qin Feiyang and the others wanted the two of them to stay for a meal, but the two of them insisted on going back to Mount Supreme with the excuse that they were busy with work. Qin Feiyang and the others did not force him to stay, because asking them to stay was just a formality. Mount Supreme. In the main hall. Dong Qingyuan, who was sitting in the chair above, looked at Dong Laifu and said, This group of people is not simple. Yes. All of them are unfathomable. Dong Laifu nodded. The most important thing is that we haven't even figured out their strength after half a day. Dong Qingyuan shook his head, looking rather annoyed. Dong Laifu's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of a plan. He looked at Dong Qingyuan and said, Why don't I test them? No. If you do that, they will be disgusted. Dong Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Right now, our central dynasty needs these two young people, Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. We can't offend them. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. Dong Laifu smiled. Tell me about it. Dong Qingyuan was immediately curious. At the same time, Qingyang Mountain. The White-Eyed Wolf sneered, These two old things actually want to stay here? That's too whimsical. Actually, I think we can let them stay. The mermaid princess pondered. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were suspicious. They're staying because they want to get close to us and investigate our strength. But we can also take the opportunity to monitor them. Think about it, if they really stay here then they'll be right under our noses. If they do anything in the future, won't it be easier for us to know? The mermaid princess said. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded and then said with a smile, but you've neglected a problem. If they stay then we'll have to play along with them all the time. Not only will it be very tiring, but you won't be able to fuse ultimate intents. Yes. The most important thing right now is to quickly grasp the will of the heavenly Tao so that you won't drag us down in the future. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Who's dragging you down? Fire Dance glared at him, and the white-eyed wolf immediately began to smile apologetically. There was a trace of mockery in the mad scientist's eyes as he secretly mocked, "Brother Wolf, if you're so afraid of her now, then won't you have any status in the family after you get married?" Scram. The white-eyed wolf glared at the mad scientist and snorted, "If she dares to be arrogant after we get married, I'll teach her a lesson." Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Don't come to me and old Qin every day to complain. The mad scientist snickered. Don't worry about it. Think about your status in the family in the future. How dare you talk about me? Wasn't he the same as well? If you have the ability, teach Shui Shaoxian a lesson and let me see. Do you have the guts? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and continued, as for their future actions. As long as the inner demons and big cousin can obtain their trust, then everything can be solved. The mad scientist said, after this meeting, they'll probably let down their guard against the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. It should still take some time. Qin Feiyang guessed. The mermaid princess pondered for a moment and asked, then do we continue to act? Of course. Dong Qingyuan already knows of our existence. He might suddenly come at any time. You guys go into seclusion first. Come out if something happens. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The three women nodded and turned back into the house. They silently swore in their hearts that they would never become a burden to these stinky men. There was also a time array here so they didn't have to go into seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. Late at night, Qin Feiyang and the other two were lying on the rattan chair, admiring the moonlight. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They quickly got up and looked up. They saw a blood-red figure descending from the sky. It was like a demon god standing on a sea of blood. Who is it? Qin Feiyang shouted. This person's aura was very unfamiliar, and he was wearing a mask on his face. They could only roughly tell that he should be a middle-aged man from his figure. Are you the family of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng? The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes spoke. Even his voice was filled with a bloody aura. What Lu Yuntian? What Lu Yunfeng? I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Haha, still don't admit it? We used the omniscient eye and saw Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng come here to find you. We also heard your conversation. The blood-red figure laughed. Omniscient eye? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What was going on? In this world, only Mu Qing had the omniscient eye, and Mu Qing was now in the Black Tortoise world. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose here? Qin Feiyang frowned. Me. When you go to hell and ask King Yama, you will know who I am. The blood-red figure laughed. With a wave of his hand, the power of law emerged. In just an instant, the ultimate profound of the 8 strongest laws appeared. The will of heaven erupted. You're courting death. The white-eyed wolf shouted. Qin Feiyang said, don't be impulsive. There's something wrong here. Don't expose our identities. This is really annoying. The white-eyed wolf was annoyed. If he could go all out, even if the other party had the ultimate profound of the 8 strongest laws, he would be nothing in front of him. Because as long as he activated his battle soul, he would be invincible. But now, since he couldn't activate his battle soul, his strongest means were the ultimate profound of the 6 strongest laws. With 6 ultimate profound, it was impossible to be a match for the other party's 8 ultimate profound. If one person can't beat him, then let's go together. Madman transmitted his voice. Together? This is a bit embarrassing. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. What's so embarrassing about this kind of thing? Besides, you white-eyed wolf, do you look like someone who would be embarrassed? The most shameless person is you. Boom. The next moment, Madman and Qin Feiyang stepped into the air. Bullying with numbers seems not bad. Sure enough, the white-eyed wolf grinned and rushed faster than Qin Feiyang and Madman. The mermaid princess and the other two also ran out of the house and looked at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes in surprise. Who is this person? Suddenly, Fire Dance quivered and hurriedly shouted, You guys go to the Star River, otherwise Qingyang Mountain will be destroyed. It didn't matter if Qingyang Mountain was destroyed. But the beasts in Qingyang Mountain were all beasts of the Black Tortoise world, and they must not be implicated. Go to the Star River. Qin Feiyang stared at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes and said in a deep voice, "Who will go to the Star River with you? Tonight, not only will I kill you but I will also destroy your nest." The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes grinned. "Bastard. You go down and protect Qingyang Mountain." The white-eyed wolf flew into a rage and looked at Madman. "Why don't you go?" Madman secretly said angrily. The white-eyed wolf said, "Now I am your father, you have to listen to me." "You bastard." Madman cursed and landed in front of the mermaid princess and the other two. The power of law emerged, and along with the eruption of the will of heaven, it condensed into a huge barrier that quickly enveloped the entire Qingyang Mountain. Will of heaven. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. It was indeed not simple. "No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here alive today." The white-eyed wolf stared at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes and roared. "The will of heavens, will of heavens, will of heavens will cover heaven and earth. There is also the will of heavens, will of heaven." The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes was shocked again and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Boom. Then Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws appeared above his head. However, only one layer of the will of heavens had been activated. Even so, the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. They both controlled the will of heaven's will of heaven. In the blink of an eye, boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 12 ultimate laws of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf collided with the 8 ultimate laws of the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes. The destructive aura swept out in all directions like a tide. Chapter 4284. 12 ultimate profound meanings against 8 ultimate profound meanings was naturally a one-sided situation. As the ultimate profound meaning was crushed, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly turned around and fled. Trying to escape? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf activated the moment of time and chased after him furiously. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He didn't expect these 3 people to be so powerful that they could master the will of heaven. "Little Qinzi, activate 2 wills of heaven." The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. "No. We haven't figured out this person's identity yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Isn't it simple? He was obviously lying when he mentioned the all-seeing eye. So, I think he should be from the Central Dynasty." The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. There was such a possibility. He pondered for a while and said, "Since he's from the Central Dynasty, he can't activate 2 wills of heaven." "What are you afraid of? Afraid that he'll suspect your identity? Think of it this way. You and the inner demons are now father and son. As the saying goes, like father, like son. As the son, the inner demons can comprehend the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death. What's so strange about you, the father, comprehending the law of life and death?" The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Also, now that you've revealed the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death, it's more suitable for your identity as a hidden expert. In short, they definitely won't think that you're Qin Feiyang." The white-eyed wolf said. "Why are you suddenly so smart?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. "Damn. When have I not been smart?" The white-eyed wolf glared at him angrily. Did he think that he was an idiot before? "Smart my ass. Is there a need to use 2 ultimates to deal with such a person?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and waved his hand to open up a space-time tunnel. He walked in without looking back and said to himself, "You continue to chase, I'll go in front to stop him." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and slapped himself angrily. "Why are you showing off your IQ for no reason? Wasn't this just asking to be humiliated?" Up ahead, under the night sky, the red-robed middle-aged man fled madly. Suddenly, he sensed that Qin Feiyang's aura had disappeared. When he turned around, he only saw the white-eyed wolf. He couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he turned his head, a space-time passageway appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, unleashing his 6 ultimate profound meanings, which surged with the might of the heavens. The red-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly turned around to look at Qin Feiyang. His expression changed drastically. "Let's see where you can run now." White-eyed wolf laughed hoarsely, his tone cold. 6 ultimate profound meanings appeared and attacked the red-robed middle-aged man. Good. I've really underestimated you. However, I'll be back. At that time it'll be your doomsday. The red-clothed middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. His body directly exploded in the night sky. Self-destruct? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. They didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly turned around and fled. He actually self-destructed so straightforwardly? It seemed that this person had left his divine soul in advance before coming. A moment later, the two returned to the location of the self-destruction. They didn't find anything and returned to Blue Sun Mountain. Did he self-destruct? As soon as the two returned, Frenzied asked. Because the fluctuations of the self-destruction were too great, it had already affected Blue Sun Mountain. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Frenzied frowned and asked, "Did you see his true face?" No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, then pondered for a moment and said, "However, the white-eyed wolf and I analyzed it. This person should be from the Central Dynasty." The Central Dynasty? Right now, only Dong Tianqin and the others are from the Central Dynasty. On top of that, he has also mastered 8 ultimate profound laws. Could it be, Frenzied's eyes flashed as he said in surprise, Dong Lifu or Dong Qingyan? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Currently in the 4 continents apart from Dong Tianqin, Dong Ping, Dong Xian and Dong Qin, only Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan were from the Central Dynasty. Dong Tianqin and the other 3 had only mastered 7 ultimate laws. In that case it was really those 2. That should be Dong Lifu. Because Dong Qingyuan wouldn't do such a thing himself. Qin Feiyang speculated. Zhuo Shaoxian asked in confusion, then why did they mention the all-seeing eye? She had heard it when she was cultivating in seclusion. As long as we know who this person is, it's not difficult to guess. He purposely mentioned the all-seeing eye to divert our attention and make us think that Qin Feiyang and the others are here to kill us. But they don't know that we are the ones here. Qin Feiyang sneered. Zhuo Shaoxian heard this and said in disgust, "This person is really sinister. This is the outside world. Scheming against each other and scheming against each other is a common thing. If you're not careful you might fall into the other party's trap." Frenzied snickered. Sigh. They just came to visit us in the morning and in the blink of an eye, they're here to kill us at night. The human heart is really complicated. Mermaid Princess sighed. They're not here to kill us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. They're not? Mermaid Princess was stunned. Yes. In the morning they've been trying to probe our strength, but we didn't give them a chance, so they decided to go all out and attack us. Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess nodded in realization and asked, "Now that they know your strength, will they come again?" Seems that they will. But they're definitely not here to kill us. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. At the same time, Mount Supreme. In the main hall. Dong Qingyuan leaned against the chair and closed his eyes to recuperate. Whoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a soul rushed into the main hall. It was Dong Lifu. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Dong Lifu like this, Dong Qingyuan immediately sat up straight and asked in surprise. Dong Lifu's face was full of bitter smiles. "Did they hurt you?" Dong Qingyuan frowned. "Yes and no." Dong Lifu said. "What do you mean?" The more Dong Qingyuan listened, the more puzzled he became. "Just in case when I went to Qingyang Mountain, I split a soul in advance and left it in Mount Supreme. This is the soul I split in advance." Dong Lifu explained. "I see." Dong Qingyuan nodded in realization and asked, "Quite smart, what about your original body?" "It has already self-destructed." Dong Lifu smiled bitterly. "What?" Dong Qingyuan suddenly stood up. "The strength of these people is beyond imagination. I originally thought that at most Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei's great-grandfather had mastered the will of heaven, but I didn't expect that their father and grandfather had also mastered the will of heaven." Dong Lifu said. "You mean, the 3 of them have mastered the will of heaven?" Dong Qingyuan was surprised. "That's right. Otherwise I wouldn't have self-destructed." Dong Lifu nodded. TSK as expected of a hidden expert. Dong Qingyuan was amazed and asked, "Then did they find out your identity?" "Don't worry about that. Before I went, not only did I change my appearance but I also wore a mask. Also, I deliberately mentioned the Heaven's Eye, they must have thought that Qin Feiyang and the others wanted to kill them." Dong Lifu smiled. "That's right. I can rest assured when you do things. In this way not only can we figure out their strength, but also lead their anger to Qin Feiyang and the others. Can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Dong Qingyuan smiled with relief. Hearing this, Dong Laifu's face was full of pride. However, with their indifferent mentality, will they go to Qin Feiyang and the others to settle accounts? Suddenly, Dong Qingyuan frowned again. This matter? Hearing this question, Dong Laifu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to say. If it were other people, they would definitely immediately go to Qin Feiyang and the others to settle accounts. But the mentality of these people from Qingyang Mountain was incomparable. For a moment, the hall quieted down. A moment later, Dong Laifu looked up at Dong Qingyuan and said, "Do you want us to plan again?" "What plan?" Dong Qingyuan looked at him suspiciously. "There's a first and second time for everything, but there can't be a third and fourth time. If Qin Feiyang and the others go to Qingyang Mountain every now and then, no matter how good their temper is, they will definitely be angry." Dong Laifu said. "You mean, continue to pretend to be Qin Feiyang and the others and go to Qingyang Mountain to kill them?" Dong Qingyuan asked. "Yes." Dong Laifu nodded. "Who's going? You? Or me? Or Dong Tianqin and the others?" "Dong Tianqin and the others can't do this kind of thing. Besides, now that they are all controlled by Qin Feiyang, they don't dare to do this kind of thing. It's even more impossible for me to go personally. As for you, now that your physical body has been destroyed and only a remnant soul is left, what can you do?" Dong Qingyuan shook his head. Dong Laifu smiled and said, "Isn't that simple? You can order the people of the three races to go. Monarch, the divine king, the supreme master of the human clan, dare to disobey your order?" "That's true. But what's the point of doing this? Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian are originally our people. Without our orders, they will go to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others. As for the people of Qingyang Mountain, although they have mastered the will of heaven, they are not very strong in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Because Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo Golden Wing Wolf King, any one of them can kill them in a second. Besides, if this matter is not handled well and Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng know that we are plotting against their families, I'm afraid that with their personalities, they will turn against us on the spot." Dong Qingyuan frowned and was a little worried. Indeed, these people from the Blue Sun Mountain are no match for Qin Feiyang and the others. However, if they were to truly die at the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, what sort of reaction do you think Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng would have? There's one more thing. You have seen Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's attitude now. They are not very active in dealing with Qin Feiyang and the others. However, if all of their loved ones were to be killed by Qin Feiyang and the others, it would be different. At that time, they would definitely go berserk and would naturally hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others all over the place. Let's take a step back. Even if the people of Qingyang Mountain are not dead, as long as they are implicated, Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yunfeng will become more active than before. Dong Laifu's eyes flashed. Then what if they find out that this is all part of our plan? At that time, who will face their anger? Dong Qingyuan frowned. They won't. As long as we order the monarch and the others to keep this matter a secret, the two brothers will never find out. If they really find out, I will say that I acted on my own and did it behind your back. It has nothing to do with you. If they want to find trouble, they will come to me, not you." Dong Laifu said. A smile flashed across Dong Qingyuan's eyes when he heard this. He had been waiting for Dong Laifu to say this. As long as he was not implicated, he would do anything. "Since you insist on doing this, then you can do as you see fit. Besides, it will be some time before our main force arrives. We can't just sit around during this time." Dong Qingyuan smiled. "Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied with this show," Dong Laifu said with a smile, then turned around and left quickly. Chapter 4286. North Continent. The ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons. In front of a majestic hall. The king and heavenly Lord Ji bowed and looked at an old man in a black robe in front of them. "We didn't know you were coming, please forgive us." The old man in a black robe was naturally Dong Laifu. There was also a young man next to Dong Laifu. It was Dong Tianqin. Because his body was destroyed, he couldn't open the portal himself, so he asked Dong Tianqin to bring him to Mount Supreme. "It's fine." Dong Laifu waved at the king and heavenly Lord Ji, then turned to Dong Tianqin with a smile. "Wait for me outside." After saying that, he arrogantly stepped into the main hall. The king and heavenly Lord Ji were suspicious and followed into the hall. Heavenly Lord Ji asked carefully, "Sir, why are you in your divine soul form now?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Dong Laifu stopped and his face turned cold. "Yes." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. But he couldn't help but snort in his heart. Isn't he just Dong Qingyuan's dog? What's there to be arrogant about? Dong Laifu turned to the two and said, I came to find you this time because I have something for you to do. The king was startled. Sure enough, he didn't come for no reason. He smiled and said, "Please tell us." "Sit down, let's talk." Dong Lifu turned and walked to the tea table. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji also quickly sat opposite Dong Lifu. Dong Lifu waved his hand and the door quickly closed. "What's going on?" Dong Tianqian frowned. Why did he deliberately hide it from him? But one thing was for sure. Nothing good would come out of this old man's actions. Because he knew Dong Lifu. A sinister and cunning old man who would do anything to achieve his goals. After a while. Inside the hall. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji stood up and looked at Dong Lifu in shock. Calm down, calm down. Dong Lifu waved his hand and signaled them to sit down. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and slowly returned to their seats. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's family? They knew who Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng were. One was Qin Feiyang's inner demons, and the other was Qin Feiyang's big cousin. They were all from Great Qin, so how could they have parents, grandparents and great-grandparents in the Divine Kingdom? Wait. Father, this should be a trap set up by Qin Feiyang. In other words, the so-called parents, grandparents, great-grandparents and great-grandparents are probably Qin Feiyang and the others themselves. Heavenly Lord Ji transmitted his voice. The monarch thought to himself, that's possible. Only by understanding the origins of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin will the central dynasty let down their guard against them. These brats really know how to cause trouble. Heavenly Lord Ji secretly smiled. To be able to come up with such a rotten idea, what a talent. Why aren't you saying anything? Dong Lifu looked at the two and asked. The monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and smiled wryly at Dong Lifu. We're scared by your plan. The monarch of the Divine Kingdom and the patriarch of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race are so cowardly? Dong Lifu looked at the two with disdain. It's not that we're cowardly. It's that this is too crazy. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng are on our side. How can we do anything to their family? Besides, the two brothers are extremely powerful. Let's talk about Lu Yuntian first. He has mastered the laws of life and death, the 6 strongest laws, and the Demon King's true form. Even my father and the Divine King were almost killed by him. We can't underestimate Lu Yunfeng either. He has the Eye of Void, one of the 10 strongest battle souls. If they know that we're doing something to their family, they'll definitely turn against us. Heavenly Lord Ji sighed. This Dong Lifu was really sinister. He would do anything to achieve his goal. This is what I'm going to tell you next. You must keep this a secret, not even to your confidants. Dong Lifu said. Heavenly Lord Ji pondered for a while and asked, "Are you sure?" "HM." Dong Lifu nodded. "Okay. But if Lu Yuntian and the monarch find out about this, we won't take any responsibility." Heavenly Lord Ji said. "Don't worry, they won't find out." Dong Lifu smiled confidently. "They won't?" Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch sneered. Confidence was a good thing. But overconfidence was arrogance and conceit. The monarch looked at Dong Lifu and said, "There's one more thing that I don't understand." "What?" Dong Lifu was suspicious. "You and Lord Dong Qingyuan are living on Mount Supreme now. Why didn't you ask the lords for help? Why did you come all the way to the North Continent to ask us for help?" The monarch was confused. "Because you have 3,000 incarnations." Dong Lifu's eyes glittered. "What do you mean?" The monarch and the monarch were confused. "You have 3,000 incarnations and Qin Feiyang also has 3,000 incarnations. When you turn into Qin Feiyang and go to Mount Azure Sun, who will know that you're an imposter?" Dong Lifu chuckled. He was extremely proud of his intelligence and wisdom. "I see." The two of them were enlightened. It turned out that they were going to pretend to be Qin Feiyang and go to Mount Azure Sunday, act as soon as possible. "I'll wait for your good news." Dong Lifu smiled and walked to the door. He opened the door and left with Dong Tianqian. The monarch and the monarch got up to see them off. When the portal disappeared, Heavenly Lord Ji didn't hide the sneer on his face. "What are you laughing at?" The monarch was curious. "He's too naive." Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. "Indeed. His self-righteous plan is nothing more than showing off in front of an expert." A mocking smile appeared on the monarch's face. Frankly speaking, Dong Lifu's plan was quite vicious. If it were someone else, once the plan succeeded, they would definitely chase after Qin Feiyang crazily. However, he didn't expect that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were Qin Feiyang's people. Even now, those people in Mount Azure Sun might be Qin Feiyang and the others. Besides that, Dong Lifu also made a fatal mistake. That was to ask for their help. Now they had formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang and the others. If they asked for help, wouldn't it be asking for humiliation? However, apart from them, Dong Lifu couldn't find anyone else to help in the 4 great continents. Time flew. 3 days later at night. Mount Azure Sunday. The hazy moonlight made this quiet place deep in the mountains look like it was wrapped in silver. Halfway up the mountain, the candlelight flickered. Except for the sound of the flowing stream, it was very quiet here. Whoosh. A black shadow suddenly descended above Mount Azure Sunday. Not bad. This person was Heavenly Lord Ji. But at this moment, he had already changed his appearance to that of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the mountains and the small wooden buildings halfway up the mountain, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. These guys really knew how to find a place. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence of the night. Then, Qin Feiyang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf rushed out from halfway up the mountain and landed in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. Damn. When they saw the appearance of the person at this moment, the corners of their mouths twitched. He actually pretended to be them in front of them? This person must be stupid. The white-eyed wolf coughed and tried to hold back the laughter in his heart. He asked suspiciously, "You are?" Heavenly Lord Ji glanced at the 3 of them and sneered. Now in the Divine Kingdom, there is actually someone who doesn't know me, Qin Feiyang. He was also thinking. Were these 3 unfamiliar faces in front of him Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King? You are Qin Feiyang? Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf was shocked and immediately became vigilant. He said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? What do you think?" Heavenly Lord Ji smiled. "I don't know. But we have never met before, let alone become enemies," the white-eyed wolf said. "Yes." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. "Then what are you doing here? Also, the masked man who came to our Mount Azure Sun 3 days ago, were you also the one who sent him?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "Yes." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded again. "Why did you do this?" the white-eyed wolf said angrily. "Why?" Heavenly Lord Ji chuckled and said, "Because you are the relatives of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, 3,000 incarnations were activated. Terrifying auras immediately rolled in this world. He activated 3,000 incarnations not to attack, but to test the identity of Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Because in the entire Divine Kingdom, only the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan had 3,000 incarnations. If these 3 people in front of him were really Qin Feiyang and the other 2, he would definitely be able to guess his identity. 3,000 incarnations? As expected. Seeing this fake Qin Feiyang activate 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. What was going on? They had thought that the imposter in front of them could be Dong Qingyuan, Dong Tianqian, or Dong Ping. But they had never thought that he would be a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. But who was he? The monarch? Heavenly Lord Ji? Or Boss Ji and the other old people? You. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and was about to speak, but Qin Feiyang suddenly stepped in front of the white-eyed wolf and interrupted him. He looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and said gloomily, "You are really Qin Feiyang." This time the white-eyed wolf didn't understand. The other party had already activated 3,000 incarnations and proved his identity. Why was little Qinzi still playing dumb? Don't forget about Dong Qingyuan and Dong Lifu. Right now they might be secretly watching us. If you speak now, won't you expose our identity? Qin Feiyang said telepathically. When the ingrate heard this, he quivered and immediately looked around the mountains and rivers without leaving a trace. Don't be so nervous. I'm just saying it's possible. Qin Feiyang thought. Then he looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and asked telepathically, "Are you the monarch or uncle?" Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched and he said angrily, "You brats. You really know how to call me?" That was obvious. Haha. The white-eyed wolf immediately smiled and said, "So it's really uncle." Chapter 4287. Heavenly Lord Ji rolled his eyes and finally let down his guard. He said, "You, don't? Let's talk in secret. What if Dong Lifu and the others are watching us? That's not good." Qin Feiyang hastily stopped him in secret. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji was slightly dazed and thought, "That's impossible. Dong Lifu and the others are all at Mount Supreme and I didn't inform them when I came here. Don't forget that there are 2 spies in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. So, anything is possible," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji shuddered, and his relaxed heart tensed up again. "Uncle, what's going on? Why are you still pretending to be old Qin?" Madman asked curiously through voice transmission. "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in secret while fighting. Heavenly Lord Ji thought. If Dong Lifu and the others were really spying on them, they would definitely be suspicious if they didn't do anything. Okay. The three of them replied secretly. You guys should be prepared. Don't blame me. You can only blame Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng for coming to us. Heavenly Lord Ji sneered and his energy surged out. Don't use 3,000 incarnations if you dare. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. At the same time, Crazy said, all the beasts leave Mount Azure Sun immediately. These were the beasts of the Black Tortoise world and they must be safe. The Mermaid Princess, Zhou Shaoxian and Fire Dance also rushed to Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang immediately waved his hand and sent them to the Black Tortoise world. Seeing this, Heavenly Lord Ji sneered, do you think they'll be safe after sending them into the divine item? You're young, Yuntian and Yunfeng are also young. Why do you have to involve us old guys in the grudge between you young people? Qin Feiyang said angrily. What? Because I want to. Heavenly Lord Ji laughed. Preposterous. 3 days ago you sent people here. We didn't want to argue with you, but we didn't expect you to go from bad to worse. Don't activate your 3,000 clones if you dare. Qin Feiyang roared. Indeed, I don't need 3,000 incarnations to kill you. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled disdainfully as his 3,000 incarnations dissipated. Ha, Qin Feiyang, you really are crazy. Attack. The three of them unleashed their auras and joined forces to attack Heavenly Lord Ji. The four of them clashed against each other, and the void around them began to crumble. What's going on? Madman asked. This is Dong Lifu's idea. Heavenly Lord Ji told Dong Lifu's plan in detail while fighting with Qin Feiyang and the other two. I see. These people are truly vicious and merciless. The madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Heavenly Lord Ji thought to himself, so now, how do you plan to counterattack? Oh, isn't that obvious? We'll go to Mount Supreme later and kill those two old bastards. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Heavenly Lord Ji glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, why aren't you saying anything? I'm thinking, Dong Lifu's plan is still a good thing for us. Qin Feiyang thought. Good thing? Heavenly Lord Ji, the white-eyed wolf, and the madman were confused. No matter how they looked at it, it wasn't a good thing. Think about it carefully. In order to cooperate with the inner demons and Big Cousin, we have to live on Azure Sun Mountain and pretend to be their parents, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers. And we have to be wary of Dong Qingyuan and the others coming to find us. Isn't that tiring? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course it's tiring. The madman and the white-eyed wolf secretly replied. So, I thought of a way to escape. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? The two were curious. Doesn't Dong Lifu want us dead? Then we'll beat him at his own game and really die in front of him. After we die, we won't have to play these roles anymore. Qin Feiyang thought. That's right. The madman and the white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. As long as they died in the hands of Heavenly Lord Ji, they could escape perfectly. Also, as long as we die in the eyes of Dong Qingyuan and the others, the inner demons and Big Cousin will be enemies with us. At that time, won't they completely trust the inner demons and Big Cousin? Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Wonderful. Wonderful. Not only can we escape, but we can also help the inner demons and Lu Jiejing gain the trust of the Central Dynasty. This is killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, even Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but praise. Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan's plan to kill two birds with one stone was not only easily solved by Qin Feiyang, but it also helped Qin Feiyang and the others. This kid's brain was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. If Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan knew about this, they would be furious. This was because they took the initiative to give this opportunity to Qin Feiyang and the others. Then let's die in front of them. The madman said telepathically. Then I'll have to be ruthless. Heavenly Lord Ji secretly said. Come on. The three of them secretly laughed. Brat. Heavenly Lord Ji secretly scolded. Although the four of them were secretly communicating, the battle was very intense. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Ji activated 3 avatars. All kinds of ultimate mysteries appeared and the will of the Heavenly Tao erupted. Didn't we agree not to activate 3,000 avatars? The madman roared. Are you still children? Do you believe everything I say? Heavenly Lord Ji sneered and all kinds of ultimate mysteries instantly blasted toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang and the other two also hurriedly activated their ultimate mysteries to counterattack. But Heavenly Lord Ji and the 3 avatars directly crushed them in terms of numbers. The three of them screamed and smashed into the depths of the earth. Dust billowed and covered all directions. The three of them were dripping with blood, but they were buried in the soil. Even if someone was next to them, they wouldn't be able to see the golden blood of Qin Feiyang's purple gold divine dragon and the white-eyed wolf. Your strength is not bad, but it's far from enough in front of me. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled coldly. The 6 ultimate mysteries were activated again and attacked the ground below. Yuntian and Yunfeng will not let you go. The three of them roared angrily from the depths of the earth. Haha, just the 2 of them? They will die in my hands sooner or later. Heavenly Lord Ji laughed wildly. Boom. The 6 ultimate mysteries blasted into the depths of the earth. The life fluctuations of Qin Feiyang and the other 2 also disappeared on the spot. The figures of Qin Feiyang and the other 2 could no longer be seen. Even the blood and soil were annihilated, revealing a deep pit that was tens of thousands of feet deep. But were they really dead? Obviously not. They all ran to the Black Tortoise realm and immediately drove the realm away quietly. When the dust settled, Heavenly Lord Ji pretended to release his divine will to search for a while, then opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. Not long after Heavenly Lord Ji left, 2 figures walked out of the night on a mountain peak in the distance and descended above the shattered mountain. That's right. One of them was Dong Lifu. The other was a red-haired old man. Who else could it be other than the spy Old Wu? You really killed them. Old Wu murmured. This is my order. Would Heavenly Lord Ji dare to disobey? Dong Lifu smiled proudly. Of course, of course. Old Wu nodded repeatedly with a flattering smile on his face. Dong Lifu smiled and said, but you also contributed by helping us keep an eye on the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji. This is what I should do. Old Wu bowed. Very good. Dong Lifu nodded and asked, did you record the previous battle? Yes. Old Wu raised his arm and held a divine voice stone in his hand. Dong Lifu glanced at the divine voice stone and said with a smile, then go and spread this video now. I want Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng to see it with their own eyes. When that time comes, they will definitely go crazy and hunt down Qin Feiyang. Okay. Old Wu nodded. The 2 of them left smugly. But what they didn't know was that just as they left, 3 figures walked out from under the night sky. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who had returned. They really hid in the dark and watched us. The white-eyed wolf said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was vigilant. Otherwise, their identities would have been exposed. Dong Lifu. I don't want to say anything, but this old Wu, I really want to kill him. The lunatic's eyes flashed fiercely like a wild beast, making people tremble. Don't worry. He won't live for long either. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, hurry up and gather those fierce beasts and return to the Black Tortoise world. These fierce beasts in the Black Tortoise world were loyal to him. He definitely couldn't abandon them like this. He wasn't that kind of person. A moment later. Black Tortoise world. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang took out the divine voice stone and sent a message to Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord didn't hurt you, right? Heavenly Lord Ji was with the monarch. The monarch already knew everything, so he asked with a smile. Why not? We almost lost our lives. So uncle, you have to compensate us. The white-eyed wolf said with grievance. Heavenly Lord Ji's face twitched. There should be a level of shamelessness, right? Haha. The monarch laughed. You seem to be in a good mood? The white-eyed wolf looked at the monarch again. You guys can think of such a perfect plan, of course I'm in a good mood. The monarch said. Then let me tell you something. Your good mood will definitely be ruined in an instant. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. What is it? The monarch was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf said, Dong Lifu was really monitoring us at Qingyang Mountain. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji's pupils suddenly shrank. This damn old man was too sinister. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang being careful, everyone would be finished. The white-eyed wolf looked at the 2 of them and continued, but that's not the main point. The main point is that there was another person beside Dong Lifu, and that person was Old Wu. That damn thing. The monarch suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. He thought that after the dragon god and Neptune died, Old Wu the spy would stop. But he didn't expect that he would collude with the people of the Central Dynasty. Chapter 4288. He does deserve to die. A cold light flashed in Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes. He used to trust Elder Wu very much and was very grateful to him. Because Elder Wu not only saved Ji Tianyue's life, but also doted on him and Ji Tianyue when they were young. Even, he treated Elder Wu as his grandfather. But he didn't expect that Elder Wu was just pretending. How is it? Is your good mood gone? The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but laugh. You're still gloating? The king stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. He was indeed heartless. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, when can we get rid of him? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, now is fine. Now. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other. Yes. He wants to die. If we don't help him, wouldn't we be letting him down? Qin Feiyang laughed. What do you mean? The king and the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. We didn't kill him before because he might still be useful and we couldn't find a suitable reason. But now, he has delivered a reason to us. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes and he continued, this time they schemed against us. Not only will I get back at them but I will also make them pay the price. The four frowned. Yes. Not only Elder Wu but Dong Laifu also has to die. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Hurry up and say it. Don't waste time and deliberately keep us in suspense. Heavenly Lord Ji urged. It's very simple. Long Chen has the soul-controlling art. We'll find a chance to control Dong Laifu. At that time, we'll make him say in person how he sent people to Qingyang Mountain to kill Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's family and then frame us. Qin Feiyang laughed. Good plan. The monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. In this way the inner demons and Lu Jiejin could openly kill Dong Laifu and eliminate a future enemy. At the same time they could also eliminate the spy Old Wu. It was killing two birds with one stone. That's not right. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, Dong Laifu asked first uncle to impersonate you to kill us. Won't first uncle be implicated then? Uncle will definitely be implicated. But the inner demons and eldest cousin are on the same side, so eldest uncle naturally has a way out. I've already thought of a way out for uncle. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What path of retreat? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, when the time comes, you can split a part of your soul in advance. Even if the inner demons and big cousin kill you, you won't be able to do anything. Kill me? Where will I go in the future? He can't possibly come back from the dead. Heavenly Lord Ji was speechless. Of course not. When the time comes, you can come to our Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Your Black Tortoise world? Heavenly Lord Ji was stunned. That's right. You've been busy all day in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, and now you can come to our Black Tortoise world to enjoy life. Also, you can also take the opportunity to go into seclusion and integrate all the other ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and nodded. That makes sense. If you stay in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, will you have time to integrate the ultimate mysteries we gave you? That's right. After so many years, I'm indeed a little tired. I can take this opportunity to have a good rest. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. I don't agree. The king suddenly spoke with a dark face. Everyone looked at the king. The king glared at Heavenly Lord Ji and said angrily, I haven't even retired, and you're already thinking about enjoying life as a son? Ha! Heavenly Lord Ji laughed dryly. Besides, if you leave, who will be in charge of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's affairs? The king said. Don't we still have you? Heavenly Lord Ji smiled flatteringly. Get lost. Is this what a son should say? If you want to enjoy life, it should be me. The king said angrily. The corner of Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. The king said unhappily, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you go to Blue Sun Mountain. I would have gone there personally. This way I can fake my death and enjoy life openly. But now the person going to Blue Sun Mountain is me. Besides, isn't there still second uncle? He has long coveted the position of the patriarch. Why don't we let him sit for a while? Heavenly Lord Ji mumbled. Nonsense. It's not like you don't know what kind of person your second uncle is. He doesn't have this ability at all. The king berated. Let me say something. Actually, the current strength of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan is not that great. At least, it is much weaker than the Central Dynasty. Therefore, if first uncle can integrate all the ultimate profoundness, it will be of great help to the situation in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at the king and said with a smile. Indeed. The white-eyed wolf and Frenzy nodded in agreement. The king looked at the white-eyed wolf and Frenzy, then at Qin Feiyang and Heavenly Lord Ji and asked, You two are in cahoots, right? No, definitely not. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, If you insist on not agreeing, it's fine. But for the time being, there is no chance to get rid of Dong Laifu. We can only keep Old Wu for now. As long as you don't feel annoyed when you see Old Wu every day in the future, it will be fine. You stinking brat. Do you think that I don't dare to kill him personally? The king said angrily. Of course you dare. But now, old Wu is already related to the people of the Central Dynasty. You have to think twice before you kill him, lest he brings you trouble. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The king frowned. This kid was obviously going to get rid of him. Heavenly Lord Ji was very tactful and remained silent. Because he knew his father's temper. If he spoke now, it would only be counterproductive. You just have to work a little harder. Besides, you have to give Ji Yunhai a chance. You can't keep first uncle by your side all the time. Don't you want to have another grandchild? If first uncle is always busy, then will he still have time to make babies? Frenzy bared his teeth. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji's face couldn't help but turn black. What nonsense was this? The king was also extremely speechless. This was too far-fetched. But then again, he only had one son, Heavenly Lord Ji, and Heavenly Lord Ji only had one son. His bloodline was really not that great. All right. I agree. But don't misunderstand. I don't want any grandchild. I just want him to have time to integrate the ultimate meaning. When I retire in the future, he can become the pillar of the purple gold divine dragon race. The king said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, father. Heavenly Lord Ji was very excited. He could finally put down this heavy burden and live the life he wanted. You seem very happy? The king frowned and glanced at Heavenly Lord Ji. No. I'm not happy. Instead, I'm sad that I won't be able to help father in the future. Heavenly Lord Ji blinked his eyes with a sad expression. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the other two's mouths twitched. They were all drama queens. Stop. You're giving me goosebumps. The king slapped Heavenly Lord Ji's head and sighed. To be honest, apart from you, I really don't know who else has the ability to manage the purple gold divine dragon race well. Ability isn't innate. If it weren't for your nurturing, I wouldn't have this ability either. So, as long as you're willing to trust second uncle, I believe that he can do it. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled. All right. The king nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, but before you take action, I have to see my younger brother's attitude first. What attitude? Qin Feiyang and the other two were suspicious. His attitude towards you. The king's eyes flashed. He didn't explain and turned off the voice transmission stone. He looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and said, go and call your second uncle here. Okay. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He turned and left quickly. In less than 100 breaths. Heavenly Lord Ji led Ji Yunhai into the room. Ji Yunhai looked at the king and said with a smile, Big brother, is there something important that you asked Heavenly Lord Ji to call me here in the middle of the night? Yes. The king smiled and pointed at the chair opposite him. Ji Yunhai walked over and sat on the chair. Heavenly Lord Ji sat next to the king. The king waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier. He said with a smile, second brother, we're brothers. There are some things that I won't beat around the bush and say directly. Why does it seem to be quite serious? Ji Yunhai was a little flustered. Don't be nervous. The king smiled and comforted him. Actually, I know that you've always been interested in the position of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan's patriarch. Before the king finished speaking, Ji Yunhai hurriedly got up, his face full of fear. He said hurriedly, Big brother, what are you nervous about? Sit down. Tonight, just treat it as a heart-to-heart talk between us brothers. The king stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Why did it feel like he was a tyrant in his younger brother's eyes? Ji Yunhai looked at the king and then at Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji also gave him a comforting look. At this time, Ji Yunhai suppressed the fear in his heart and returned to the chair. Yunhai, let me ask you a question. If you were the patriarch of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan, how would you deal with the current situation? The king asked. The current situation? Ji Yunhai was taken aback. That's right. Qin Feiyang and his people are now like the sun at noon in the Divine Kingdom. The Sea Race and the Beast Race have successively fallen in their hands. Now, even the people of the Central Dynasty have repeatedly lost to them. Facing them, how do you think our Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan should deal with them? And what's your attitude towards Qin Feiyang and his people now? The king asked with a smile. When Heavenly Lord Ji heard this, he finally understood what his father meant by attitude. He was testing his second uncle. If his second uncle's answer couldn't satisfy his father, then the matter of him faking his death would probably be ruined. Chapter 4289. Well, Ji Yunhai wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be hesitating. Just say it. The king smiled. Ji Yunhai gritted his teeth and said seriously, Brother, don't be angry if I really say it. Also, you can't let others know. You'll lose your life. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and looked at Ji Yunhai suspiciously. Let's talk about the current situation of the Divine Kingdom first. As you said, Qin Feiyang and the others are like the sun in the sky now. The sea race and the beast race continue to fall in their hands. The purple gold divine dragon race, the human race and the deity race have also suffered great losses in their hands. You can say that. Now the 4 great continents can't compete with them unless we join forces with the other races. But even if we join forces, we can't beat them. Ji Yunhai shook his head and sighed. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned and said, we can't beat them even if we join forces? Isn't this a bit boosting the morale of others and destroying our own? Heavenly Lord, you're wrong. Second uncle doesn't mean to boost the morale of others at all. Because that's the truth. Although we can indeed threaten Qin Feiyang and the others if we join forces, they have brains and all kinds of heaven-defying methods. For example, Mu Qing's all-seeing eye is a problem that can't be solved. With the all-seeing eye, they can find our whereabouts at any time, but we don't even know where they're hiding. They can definitely find a chance to defeat us one by one. Ji Yunhai sighed. Makes sense. The king and Heavenly Lord nodded. Ji Yunhai shook his head and said, I even think that if they want to, they can destroy us in minutes. The king was surprised and smiled. I didn't expect you to see the problem so clearly. Brother, don't laugh at me. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this kind of thing. I don't believe that you can't see it. Ji Yunhai waved his hand and felt ashamed. Then, how do you think we should solve the current situation? The king asked. 2 ways. The first way is to let the emperor of the central dynasty send a large army. Big brother, you saw what happened during this period of time. Back then, when Elder Yu brought the 10 great prodigies to the 4 great continents, we all thought that these people from the central dynasty would definitely have the ability to eliminate Qin Feiyang and the others. But in the end, not only did they fail to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others, they even caused the destruction of the sea race and the beast race. As for the top 10 prodigies, 8 of them fled back to the central dynasty. Only Yu Lao, Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng are left. But we don't know if Yu Lao is still alive. Lu Yuntian and his brother might be strong, but they're far from enough to face Qin Feiyang and the others. When Ji Yunhai spoke up to hear, he could not help but let out a sigh. In such a large divine kingdom, there was not a single person who could subdue these people. It was really a sad thing. Elder Yu, I'm afraid he's already done for. Heavenly Lord Ji sighed. I think so too. How could he die peacefully after falling into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others? The monarch nodded. In fact, they knew that Yu Lao, Neptune and the dragon god had already been killed. But now Ji Yunhai's position was still uncertain, so he could not say it directly. Second uncle, please continue. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at Ji Yunhai and smiled. After Yu Lao and the 10 heavenly talents, the 5 unparalleled talents of the central dynasty came to the 4 great continents. They're indeed powerful, but what's the point? The 5 of them were defeated one after another and were even played around by Qin Feiyang and the others. So, no matter how strong they are, they can't defeat Qin Feiyang and the others with their own strength. We can only fight head-on if the central dynasty comes. Ji Yunhai said. The monarch frowned and said, but we don't know how many overlords there are in the central dynasty. That's why I'm hesitating. It's fine if the central dynasty has the ability to eliminate Qin Feiyang and the others, but if they don't have the ability, then won't the purple gold divine dragons be destroyed sooner or later if we continue to follow the central dynasty? Ji Yunhai was worried. Heavenly Lord Ji's pupils shrank and he said, Second uncle, what do you mean? Do you want us to betray the central dynasty? Ji Yunhai's face changed and he quickly made a shushing gesture. He looked at the closed door and his face was full of vigilance. Don't worry, I've set up a soundproof barrier. No one can hear you. The monarch comforted. Still, we have to be careful. Ji Yunhai said cautiously. He looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and said, Heavenly Lord, this is the second option I'm going to talk about. Of course, I'm just saying. Don't take it too seriously. Go ahead. Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch looked at each other and looked at Ji Yunhai with anticipation. Ji Yunhai's eyes flashed and he said word by word, the second option I'm talking about is to betray the divine kingdom. Hearing this, the father and son couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect Ji Yunhai to already have such an idea. This was good news. Because as long as Ji Yunhai had such an idea, they could strike while the iron was hot and completely persuade Ji Yunhai. I know. Betraying the divine kingdom is an act of disloyalty. But, as the direct descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan, we must think for our clan. No matter what you think, I really don't want our purple gold divine dragon clan to follow in the footsteps of the sea race and the beast race. And if we don't want to follow in the footsteps of the sea race and the beast race, the only way is to cooperate with Qin Feiyang and overthrow the central dynasty. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Ji Yunhai's eyes. Heavenly Lord Ji looked shocked and said, "Second uncle, this idea of yours is crazy." "It is a little crazy. But it's a feasible path. Think about it, whose descendant is Qin Feiyang? He's Yu-Er's descendant. Qin Batian is Yu-Er's biological child. In terms of seniority, I'm also Qin Baishan's second grandfather. Heavenly Lord, you're also Qin Baishan's uncle. What kind of relationship is this? Blood is thicker than water. And last time, when Dong Tianxian used my brother as a bargaining chip, Qin Feiyang heard the news and came personally. Although it was only an avatar, it's enough to show that he does have some feelings for the purple gold divine dragon clan. Actually, speaking of this, Ji Yunhai paused for a while and sighed. I've been very conflicted these years. Conflicted? The father and son were both suspicious. Yes. Very conflicted. I used to hate Qin Feiyang and the others because they took away Shaoyi's Eye of Destiny. They also had something to do with Tianfeng's death. After that happened, I don't know how many nights I couldn't sleep. The endless pain and suffering almost made me collapse. But at the same time, in the dead of the night, I also thought about many things alone. Shaoyi can't blame Qin Feiyang and the others for losing the Eye of Destiny. This is because they didn't take it by force like they did to Jiang Yunshuang and the others. Instead, they competed fairly. As for Tianfeng, he betrayed his clan and became the pawn of the sea race and the beast race. He deserved it. Ji Yunhai sighed. Speaking of this, he felt very guilty. Ji Tianfeng was his son. He was also responsible for his son becoming like this. The king poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ji Yunhai. He smiled and said, "It's all in the past. There's no need to mention it." Okay. Ji Yunhai nodded and took the teacup. He looked at the rippling tea and said, "Actually, what really made me want to betray was when I discovered that Neptune and the dragon god had the power of the origin." The king and heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other. Speaking of this, they were also very angry. No matter what we do, it has always been us, the three major races, at the forefront. The sea race and the beast race have always been aloof and indifferent. But why should they be given the power of the origin and not us? The ruler is obviously biased. And it's not just a little. Ji Yunhai snorted coldly. Indeed. We're fighting at the front, while the sea race and the beast race are enjoying the fruits of our labor. In the end, they still get more than us. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. At the end of the day, the ruler is treating the three races as cannon fodder. The king shook his head and sighed. You feel that way too? Ji Yunhai looked at the king in surprise. I'm not stupid. I've seen all these things. I just didn't dare to say it out loud. The king smiled. Ji Yunhai smiled and said, It seems like my previous worries were unnecessary. I was afraid that you would hear my heartfelt words and blame me. Why would I? We're blood brothers. The king waved his hand and pondered for a while. He looked at Ji Yunhai and said, There's one more thing that you might not know. Not only did the ruler give Neptune and the dragon god the power of the origin, he also ordered them to monitor us. If we do anything wrong, the two of them can use the power of the origin to kill us first and report later. What? Ji Yunhai was furious and said, We've worked hard for the divine kingdom, and this is what we get in return. The king and heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other. It seemed that there were some things that didn't need to be said. Ji Yunhai calmed down the anger in his heart and looked at the father and son. Since we've already said it, then I'll say it all. The ruler was unkind to us first, so he can't blame us for being unkind to him. What do you mean? Heavenly Lord Ji asked. Betray the divine kingdom and fight for the benefits that we deserve. Similarly, only in this way can we change the fate of the purple gold divine dragon race. Our fate can't be controlled by others. We have to control it ourselves. Ji Yunhai clenched his fists. You still want to betray us? The monarch looked shocked. The ruler has already treated us like this and you still want to be loyal to him? Big brother, this is blind loyalty, and it will harm our purple gold divine dragon race in the end. Ji Yunhai said angrily. The father and son looked at each other again, and a smile gradually appeared on their faces. I'm talking business with you, what are you laughing about? Ji Yunhai frowned. Chapter 4290. Second uncle, we're very happy that you can say such sincere words. Because at least it proves that you put the safety and fate of the purple gold divine dragon clan first in your heart. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled. Isn't that nonsense? I'm a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Of course I'll put the safety and fate of the entire clan first. So in your eyes, your second uncle is really a selfish person? Ji Yunhai rolled his eyes. No. Heavenly Lord Ji quickly waved his hand and sighed. You're right, but will Qin Feiyang cooperate with us? Yes. Definitely. Ji Yunhai nodded and said with certainty. What? Heavenly Lord Ji was curious. Because the power of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon bloodline also flows in his body. Because he's Yu Er's descendant. Didn't you notice a problem? This time, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, the Human clan and the God clan invaded the Sky Cloud realm. However, after Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Divine Kingdom, they destroyed the Sea race and the Magical Beast race first. As for our three races, although we suffered quite a bit, we didn't suffer much overall. Why is that? Ji Yunhai asked. What? The father and son were puzzled. In fact, they knew in their hearts. Because the Merman and the Beast clan are the ruler's confidants. Only by eliminating them can we truly weaken the ruler's strength. And didn't Qin Feiyang say in Qingtian City last time that we should abandon the dark side and join the light side? From this point, we can see that he has always been merciful to the three of us. In other words, he doesn't want to become a real enemy with us. And this matter must have something to do with you, Although Yu betrayed the Divine Kingdom back then, based on my understanding of her, she definitely doesn't want Qin Feiyang and the others to fight to the death with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. So I guess Yu must have warned Qin Feiyang before. Ji Yunhai smiled. The monarch's expression froze. He could not help but seriously size up Ji Yunhai. This heart-to-heart talk, again and again, made him look at his younger brother in a new light. Ji Tianjun laughed inwardly. Father, you see? Second uncle isn't a fool. On the contrary, he's a very shrewd person. It's just that there hasn't been a stage for him to display his skills in recent years. Don't you just want to slack off? The monarch secretly glared at him. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled awkwardly. The monarch pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Ji Yunhai and said with a smile, Then tell me about your current attitude towards Qin Feiyang. His attitude towards Qin Feiyang? Ji Yunhai thought for a while, then sighed and said, Right now the most important thing is to admire. Admire? The monarch was taken aback. Yes. The law of life and death, the eye of heaven, these heaven-defying techniques are secondary. The main thing is that his mind is too sharp. In fact, it's not difficult to find out. Whether it's Frenzy, Golden-Winged Wolf King, or Mu Qing, these people, they all regard him as their leader. Sometimes, I even think how good it would be if he's really a descendant of our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Ji Yunhai shook his head. He's our descendant. The monarch laughed. Ji Yunhai was stunned. Although there was indeed the implication of the bloodline power, at present, Qin Feiyang and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan did not have such a relationship. Second brother, since we've already said so, then there are some things that we won't hide from you anymore. The monarch smiled slightly. The smile on Ji Tianjuan's face was also quite bright. What is it? Ji Yunhai looked at the two of them suspiciously. Actually, the monarch glanced at Ji Tianjun, then looked at Ji Yunhai and said with a smile, We've already cooperated with Qin Feiyang. What? Ji Yunhai suddenly stood up. His face was full of shock. There's no need to be surprised. It's not just us. The Divine King and the Human Sovereign have also formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang. The monarch smiled. When did this happen? Ji Yunhai was surprised. The monarch smiled and said, I think it was when they first went to the village. So early? Ji Yunhai was stunned. Actually, it wasn't my wish to form an alliance. It was grandfather and the others' decision. To tell you the truth, grandfather and the others have been dissatisfied with the sovereign and the central dynasty for a long time. As for why, you should know. The monarch smiled. I know this. Because of my grandmother's death. Ji Yunhai nodded. Yes. Furthermore, grandfather and the others have already seen the sovereign's true colors. If the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan wants to go further, then we have to resist. However, don't misunderstand. When it came to the Eye of Destiny, they didn't have any intention of siding with Qin Feiyang and the others, because I was there at that time. Xiaoyi's performance was indeed much worse than Dong Xingyang's. The monarch sighed. You don't have to explain. I believe that. Ji Yunhai shook his head and returned to his seat to calm himself down. And Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Do you know their true identities? The monarch smiled and asked. What identities? Ji Yunhai was suspicious. The monarch said, Lu Yuntian is Qin Feiyang's inner demons, and Lu Yunfeng is Qin Feiyang's cousin. What? Ji Yunhai stood up again and said in shock. So, Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yunfeng are spies who infiltrated the Central Dynasty. That's right. The monarch nodded and smiled. There's one more thing. Wait a moment. Let me digest this. Ji Yunhai hurriedly waved his hand. This news was too shocking. The Divine King, the sovereign of the human race, and his elder brother had formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang. Furthermore, it was the old men's idea. Looking at Heavenly Lord Ji's current attitude, it seemed that he had already known about this. In that case, what happened later, such as the destruction of the beast race and the sea race, and the defeat of Yu Lao and the others, were all related to his elder brother, the Divine King, the sovereign of the human race? As for Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng, one had mastered the law of life and death, comprehended the Demon King true body, and was extremely powerful. The other had the Eye of Nothingness, one of the 10 most powerful battle souls, and his strength could not be underestimated. He thought that these two would become the biggest enemies of Qin Feiyang and the others, but in the end he was told that they were both Qin Feiyang's men. The most important thing was, the two had already infiltrated the Central Dynasty. It was too terrifying. It turned out that all of this had long been under the control of Qin Feiyang and the others. No wonder the people sent by the Central Dynasty fell in their hands one after another. Just think about it. If it were you, surrounded by Qin Feiyang's men, how could you not fail? After a long time, Ji Yunhai took a deep breath, looked at the king and said, "Elder brother, tell me." The king smiled and said, "I know that the elixir that opened the gate of potential and the ultimate meaning of fusion, where did they come from?" Ji Yunhai was stunned and said in surprise, "Could it be?" "That's right. They were all given to us by Qin Feiyang." The king nodded. Gasp. Ji Yunhai immediately took a breath of cold air. When he opened the gate of potential, he also thought that the biggest possibility was that it came from the Central Dynasty. But who would have thought that it was given to him by Qin Feiyang? It was really unexpected. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled and said, "Second uncle, there's another good news." "There's more?" Ji Yunhai was slightly stunned and frowned. "How many more things are you hiding from me?" "Don't be angry. This concerns the fate of the purple gold divine dragon race. We have to be careful. The alliance with Qin Feiyang in the past, only my father, the God King, the human race's utmost exalt, and my great-grandfather knew about it. We didn't even tell that good-for-nothing son of mine." Heavenly Lord Ji smiled apologetically. "Then I'm not an outsider." Ji Yunhai frowned. "Of course you're not an outsider, but you used to hate Qin Feiyang to the core. Would we dare to tell you?" Heavenly Lord Ji smiled bitterly. Ji Yunhai fell silent. Based on his attitude towards Qin Feiyang in the past, it was reasonable for him to be wary of him. "Wait. Are you and your father testing my attitude by having a heart-to-heart talk with me today?" Ji Yunhai frowned. Yes. The two of them did not deny it. Because it was obvious. If they denied it, it would be more hypocritical. Ji Yunhai's face darkened and he said angrily, "If my attitude towards Qin Feiyang is the same as before, will you continue to hide it from me?" "Of course." The father and son nodded. The corner of Ji Yunhai's mouth twitched. They really didn't hide it at all. "The good news I'm going to tell you now has nothing to do with Qin Feiyang." Heavenly Lord Ji smiled and turned to look at the king. The king nodded with a dark face. Heavenly Lord Ji was delighted. He looked at Ji Yunhai and said, "My father and I want you to temporarily be the leader of the purple gold divine dragons." What? Ji Yunhai stood up again and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji in shock. What was the father and son doing today? "Don't overreact. I'll tell you in detail." Heavenly Lord Ji comforted Ji Yunhai and then told him about faking his death in detail. "I see." Ji Yunhai nodded in realization and said in a deep voice, "Looks like my decision was correct. Right now, Dong Qingyuan will make a move against Lu Yunfeng and his brother's relatives. Although these relatives are all fake, it is enough to prove their viciousness. In the future, it is hard to guarantee that they won't make a move against our purple gold divine dragon clan." "That's right. Those people from the Central Dynasty only have themselves in their eyes. Like us, they'll use us when we're valuable. When we lose our value, they'll probably abandon us like dirt." Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head and sighed. "But are you confident? The Central Dynasty's strength has always been unfathomable." Ji Yunhai was worried. "We'll know the power of the Central Dynasty soon. As for whether we're a match for them, second uncle, we still don't know who's stronger in the real battle." Heavenly Lord Ji smirked. "What plans do you have?" Ji Yunhai looked at the confident Heavenly Lord Ji and couldn't help but ask. Qin Feiyang gave our three races 3,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. As long as we use these 3,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws to the greatest effect, our three races will be able to nurture at least 6,000 experts with the will of the heavenly way. And Qin Feiyang isn't idle either. He's also cultivating the people around him. Not to mention the others, just the 6,000 dark guards around him will be a terrifying army as long as they have the will of the great path. Heavenly Lord Ji said. Ji Yunhai's heart trembled. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had been secretly preparing for a rainy day. It seemed that overthrowing the Lord's rule wasn't completely hopeless. Second brother, this is what we're going to talk about today. Now you're also an insider. You can't reveal any flaws. And remember, you can't reveal this to anyone, not even your grandson Ji Shaoi. Do you understand? The king warned. Understood. Ji Yunhai nodded. Anyone who wasn't a fool knew how serious this matter was. Once it was exposed, not only the purple gold divine dragons, but also the human race and the god race would be destroyed. Chapter 4291. Dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The king and the other two looked at each other. Who would come looking for them in the middle of the night? The king waved his hand and the soundproof barrier dissipated. The three of them adjusted their emotions and leaned back in their seats. Who is it? The king asked. Sir, it's me. A familiar voice sounded. It was old Wu. What is this old thing doing here in the middle of the night? Heavenly Lord Ji raised his eyebrows. Who knows? The king shrugged. Should I leave for a while? Ji Yunhai asked secretly. Why should I leave? The king sneered and said, Come in. The door opened and a red-haired old man rushed in. Who else could it be but old Wu? Seeing that Ji Yunhai was also there, old Wu was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he said with a smile, Brother Yunhai is also here. Yes. I'm reporting some clan affairs to Big Brother. Ji Yunhai nodded. Heavenly Lord Ji had mentioned that old Wu was a spy before, but at this moment, Ji Yunhai didn't have any hostility towards old Wu. It's so late and you're still reporting affairs. Brother Yunhai, you're really working hard. Old Wu smiled hoarsely. Look at what you're saying. As a direct descendant of the purple gold divine dragon clan, it's my duty to work for the clan. Ji Yunhai waved his hand and smiled. He said suspiciously, But you came here in the middle of the night. What's the matter? Yes. Old Wu nodded and said in a deep voice, Just a while ago, a video suddenly spread in the 4 continents. Video? The king and the other two looked at each other and understood. It must be the video that old Wu recorded in Blue Sun Mountain. What video? The king was puzzled. Old Wu took out the divine voice stone and waved his hand. A video slowly unfolded in the void. It was indeed the scene that happened in Blue Sun Mountain. What's going on? Who recorded this video? Heavenly Lord Ji was shocked and quickly asked. I don't know. I also just received this video. And there's a rumor that the 3 people in Blue Sun Mountain are Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei's father, grandfather and great-grandfather. Old Wu said. He was present at the scene and naturally knew that the Qin Feiyang in the video was Heavenly Lord Ji impersonating him. However, he definitely wouldn't dare to say it in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. This was because neither the king nor Heavenly Lord Ji had told him that Heavenly Lord Ji had impersonated Qin Feiyang. Therefore, if old Wu expressed that he knew about this, it would be equivalent to admitting that Dong Lifu was involved. In short, regardless of whether it was the monarch's trio or old Wu, they were all playing dumb. What? Lu Yuntian's father, grandfather, great-grandfather? They actually have living relatives. The monarch was surprised. I've just received this news. I'm quite surprised as well. Moreover, they are all hidden experts who have grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Old Wu nodded. No wonder he could raise such an outstanding son. However, this Qin Feiyang is really crazy. He actually went to kill their relatives. This time Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng will definitely go crazy. The king sighed. Yes. Old Wu nodded. The monarch waved his hand and said, All right, we already know about this matter. Keep an eye on the situation outside at all times. Okay. Old Wu responded respectfully and turned to leave the hall. Heavenly Lord Ji snorted coldly. This has already caused an uproar. I really didn't expect this old man to be so efficient. The news was spread by old Wu's arrangement. Don't worry. The bigger this matter is now, the harder it will be to clean it up. Send a message to Qin Feiyang and the others. We can start the operation now. The monarch smiled coldly. Okay. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. As for old Wu, after returning to his residence, he immediately took out the divine voice stone. Bus. Two figures appeared. They were Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu. "Greetings, Lord." Old Wu bowed respectfully to Dong Qingyuan. "Yes." Dong Qingyuan nodded and asked, "How's the task I assigned to you?" "Don't worry, Lord. The news has already spread in the 4 great continents." Old Wu responded respectfully. "Good." Dong Qingyuan smiled satisfactorily. Dong Laifu's eyes flashed. He looked at Old Wu and asked, "Did you go to the monarch and the others?" "Yes." When the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji heard this, they pretended not to know. Old Wu nodded. "They didn't even tell you the truth. It seems that they are really tight-lipped." Dong Laifu chuckled. "That's right." Dong Laifu deliberately arranged for Old Wu to meet the monarch. He wanted to sound out the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji. Because Old Wu was the monarch's confidant, the monarch might tell Old Wu the truth. The so-called Qin Feiyang was Heavenly Lord Ji in disguise. But the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji didn't mention a word before. Dong Laifu was completely relieved. After all, if the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji didn't even tell a confidant like Old Wu, they wouldn't tell anyone else. "Now let's wait for a good show." Dong Qingyuan chuckled. His old eyes were full of playfulness. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang and the other two also received Heavenly Lord Ji's message. Hearing the words "can start the operation," the corners of their mouths lifted slightly. Moreover, they also chatted with Ji Yunhai officially as allies. At first, Ji Yunhai was still not used to this kind of relationship. Although he agreed to form an alliance with Qin Feiyang and the others, so many things had happened in the past. There must be some estrangement in his heart. It would probably take some time for this estrangement to completely disappear. Frenzy shook his head and said, "To be honest, Ji Yunhai's attitude really surprised me." "Yes." White-eyed Wolf nodded. After pondering for a while, he frowned and said, "But can Ji Yunhai really be trusted? Since the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji already believe him, then we don't need to doubt him anymore. Moreover, the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji aren't stupid. They won't do things that they aren't confident in." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I definitely believe the monarch and uncle. But this Ji Yunhai, although he has formed an alliance with us now, what if he suddenly changes his stance in the future?" White-eyed Wolf was a bit worried. Hearing this, Frenzy couldn't help but frown. White-eyed Wolf's concern wasn't without reason. After all, Ji Yunhai wasn't the monarch, nor was he the divine king or the supreme of the human race. His stance might not be so firm. "I think I'm already suspicious enough. I didn't expect you guys to be even more suspicious than me. Do you still remember what we said before we gave the monarch and the others the 3,000 ultimate mysteries? We must control these people. Ji Yunhai is definitely no exception. After all, Ji Yunhai's attitude wasn't clear in the past. The monarch definitely wouldn't be at ease with him." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "You mean Ji Yunhai is now controlled by the monarch?" White-eyed Wolf asked. "I don't think it's possible. I believe the monarch can control others, but to control Ji Yunhai, they are brothers after all." Frenzy said. "You're underestimating the monarch. As the monarch of the divine kingdom, how could he be an indecisive person? Moreover, whether it's the pill to unlock the door of potential or the 1,000 ultimate mysteries, they are all related to the fate of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Would he dare to be careless? Even if he dares, that group of old men won't allow it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's true. Those old men are all ruthless people." White-eyed Wolf and Frenzy nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then get ready to move. First, send a message to the supreme of the human race and find out where Dong Laifu lives." Indeed, as Ji Yunhai said, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu were now surrounded by Qin Feiyang's people. It would be hard for them not to win. "What? All of this was a trap set up by you guys?" When the supreme of the human race heard this, his face was full of surprise. "You didn't know about this?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I didn't know. Dong Laifu and Dong Qingyuan never said anything about this. I only found out about Heavenly Lord Ji going to Blue Sun Mountain just now." The supreme of the human race shook his head. "Looks like they've done a good job of keeping it a secret." Qin Feiyang smiled. "They're all ruthless people." The supreme of the human race sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, "Dong Laifu and Dong Qingyuan both live in the back of Mount Supreme. I'll tell you the route and location. But when the time comes, you have to be gentle. Mount Supreme can't take your torment anymore." We will." The three nodded. "Why do I feel like I'm the plague in the eyes of the supreme of the human race?" Actually, they didn't want to go to Mount Supreme either. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Qingyuan lived in Mount Supreme. Just as the supreme of the human race told Qin Feiyang and the other two the exact route and location, an angry roar suddenly sounded from Mount Supreme. Qin Feiyang, how dare you kill my family? I'll kill you and make you pay with your blood. It was the roar of the inner demons. Then, two terrifying murderous auras suddenly exploded, shocking everyone. One was the inner demons, the other was Lu Jejing. The supreme of the human race looked outside the window and smiled at Qin Feiyang and the other two. The show is about to start. I'll go out and take a look. Don't come over for now because Dong Laifu must be with Dong Qingyuan right now. Okay. Let them be proud for a few days. Qin Feiyang nodded, his eyes full of ridicule. Dong Qingyuan, you want to play, right? Fine, I'm in a good mood now. I'll play with you. Chapter 4292. The transmission ended. The ingrate muttered to himself for a while. He looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, I have a question that has always puzzled me. Why don't we just find a chance to kill Dong Qingyuan? Why do we have to go through so much trouble? He didn't believe that Dong Qingyuan would hide in Mount Supreme forever. Furthermore, even if Dong Qingyuan was hiding in Mount Supreme forever, Mount Supreme wouldn't be able to protect Dong Qingyuan. Killing him directly wouldn't be effective. Qin Feiyang smiled. What effect? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Do you think I'm going through so much trouble just to kill Dong Laifu and Old Man Wu? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the ingrate and said with a smile. The white-eyed wolf paused for a bit and asked curiously, what other plans do you have? Last time, Dong Tianxin used the nation lord to threaten the central dynasty. Think about it, if the world knew that Dong Qingyuan killed brother Lu Yuntian's family in order to achieve his goal, how would the people of the four great continents react? Qin Feiyang said with a mocking expression. The mad demon and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and realized what was going on. They were planning to ruin the central dynasty's reputation. Indeed. Last time, Dong Tianxin used the king as a hostage, which already made the three races unhappy. If this matter was exposed again, the central dynasty's reputation would definitely plummet. This way, the king and the others would have a better foundation to fight against the central dynasty in the future. That's why we have to make a big deal out of this. The bigger the deal, the better the effect. Qin Feiyang smiled. Cunning. Heard. The white-eyed wolf and the mad demon looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, but their faces were full of cunning smiles. At the same time, Mount Supreme. The human race put away the message God stone and quickly walked outside. He looked at the inner demons and Lu Jejing from afar. Both of them were filled with murderous intent. Please calm down. The human race's eyes flashed and comforted them. Calm down? Even Qin Feiyang went to Mount Qingyang and killed all of our loved ones. How do you expect us to calm down? Pass down the order immediately. Whoever can find them will be rewarded with a Dominator divine weapon. The inner demons roared. Sovereign weapon. Hearing this, all the disciples on Mount Supreme were tempted. We'll do our best. The supreme martial artist of the human race nodded and laughed in his heart. These two brats were also good actors. Their acting was quite good. Inform us immediately if there's any news. The inner demons opened a space-time tunnel. Where are you going? The supreme master of the human race hurriedly asked. We can't just wait here. The inner demon looked at him gloomily and followed Lu Jejing into the space-time tunnel without looking back. Very soon, another piece of news spread throughout the four great continents. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng arrived at Qingtian City and declared war on Qin Feiyang and the others. Mount Supreme Back Mountain. Dong Qingyuan chuckled. The effect is not bad. Yes. This time the two brothers will definitely fight to the death with Qin Feiyang and the others. Let's just wait and watch a good show. Dong Laifu nodded. His face was also full of a smug smile. This was the plan he came up with. It was simply perfect. No matter how smart Qin Feiyang was, he probably couldn't do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These 3 days were quite lively. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Qingtian City. Because the inner demons and Lu Jejing had been standing in the sky above Qingtian City. Their terrifying auras enveloped heaven and earth, making the atmosphere here seem particularly heavy. Everyone was looking forward to whether Qin Feiyang and the others would come to fight or not. Logically speaking, Qin Feiyang and the others were extremely powerful. It was impossible for them to be afraid of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Moreover, since Qin Feiyang dared to go to Mount Qingyang to kill Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yunfeng's family, he definitely wouldn't be afraid to fight. But it had already been 3 days, why hadn't he appeared yet? Just on this night, 3 black figures sneaked into the back of Mount Supreme without anyone noticing. The entrance of the back mountain was guarded. But even so, no one discovered them. Because these three people were Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf. They didn't discover them because they had activated the concealment technique and were in a state of invisibility. As long as their invisibility wasn't broken, even if they were standing in front of you, you wouldn't be able to sense their existence. The environment of the back mountain was also very good. Green mountains and clear waters, green plants and trees. A lake was located in the hinterland of the back mountain. The lake water rippled under the moonlight. At this time it was late at night. The slightest noise would alarm others, so Qin Feiyang and the others were very careful. Around the lake, there were exquisite pavilions with an antique style. These pavilions were located in the hinterland of the back mountain. They were specially set up for VIPs. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to step into the back mountain even if they wanted to. At this moment, among these pavilions, there were only 6 that had candlelight flickering. These 6 pavilions were where Dong Qingyuan, Dong Laifu, Dong Tianqin, Dong Xian, Dong Ping and Dong Qin lived. The inner demons and Lu Jiejin also lived here. But now they were in Qingtian City, so the house was pitch black. According to the human race's supreme being, Dong Laifu lived next door to Dong Qingyuan. Dong Tianqin, Dong Xian and Dong Ping lived on the other side. As for Dong Qin, Dong Tianqin and the others naturally couldn't continue to live with her now. And Dong Qin was also worried that Dong Tianqin and the others would harm her. After all, a few days ago she set them up in front of Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu. So she also lived next door to Dong Laifu. In this case, even if Dong Tianqin and the others wanted to take revenge on her, they would have some reservations. Although it was their first time coming to the back mountain, Qin Feiyang and the others were very familiar with the human race's supreme being. After a while, they arrived in front of Dong Laifu's pavilion. The door of the pavilion was closed. They could vaguely sense Dong Laifu's aura. The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at a window on the 2nd floor. The candlelight came from this window. Dong Laifu's aura was also in that room. This old thing, I'm afraid he would never think that we would be so bold as to directly sneak into the back mountain of Mount Supreme. The White-Eyed Wolf snickered. He definitely wouldn't think of it. Even if it were us, we wouldn't think of it either. Lunatic bared his teeth. After all, this was Mount Supreme, the sacred land of the human race. No matter how strong or bold he was, he wouldn't dare to break in here. Let's go in. Quickly take him down, don't make any noise. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Understood. The 2 of them nodded. After all, the human race's supreme being had told them not to make a fuss here. So, the 3 of them entered the Black Tortoise realm and stealthily entered the room through the crack of the window on the 2nd floor. Everything in the room immediately entered the 3's line of sight. The decoration inside was quite luxurious. Every piece of furniture was made of 10,000-year-old Phoebe Jinan wood. Even the candlesticks were made of pure gold. As expected of a place used to entertain distinguished guests. In the middle of the room there was a praying mat. A black-robed old man was squatting on the praying mat with his eyes closed, not noticing that someone had intruded. Was Dong Laifu. And on the ground, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 could clearly sense the aura of the time array. Obviously, Dong Laifu was here to reconstruct his soul and body. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he took out an illusory form pill and quickly changed into Dong Qingyuan's appearance. Cough cough. Then, he cleared his throat, looked at the 2 of them and laughed hoarsely, I'll go out alone. Even his voice was exactly the same as Dong Qingyuan's. All right. The 2 of them nodded with a smirk. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and immediately appeared in the room. Dong Laifu was slightly stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Dong Qingyuan in front of him. Why did his lord come to his room silently? Greetings, lord. He hurriedly stood up and bowed in greeting. Let's go. Follow me to a place. Qin Feiyang said hoarsely. Where are we going? Dong Laifu was suspicious. It must be a secret place, otherwise why would I come to find you quietly? Qin Feiyang laughed. All right. Dong Laifu nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up Dong Laifu, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The entire process was very smooth. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Qin next door were completely unaware. Black Tortoise Realm. Inside the castle. Dong Laifu stood in the cultivation room in a daze, looking at the cultivation room and asked suspiciously, My lord, what is this place? It doesn't seem to be your space divine object. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Of course this is not your lord's space divine object. When Dong Laifu heard this, he immediately stared at Qin Feiyang. Because at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice was no longer concealed, and Dong Lifu was extremely familiar with it. At this moment, the stone door of the cultivation room opened, and the madman and the white-eyed wolf also ran in. The moment he saw the two of them, Dong Lifu's expression changed. That's right. This is my Qin Feiyang space divine object. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised, and he took a facial restoration pill, immediately restoring his true appearance. Damn it. Dong Lifu's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly rushed towards the stone door in horror. You still want to escape after coming here? The white-eyed wolf waved his hand, and the stone door immediately closed. Looking at the closed stone door, Dong Lifu suddenly felt despair to the extreme. You guys take good care of this guest first. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu with a playful smile, and then instantly appeared in the medicine field, and then controlled the Black Tortoise realm, ready to leave the back mountain. But suddenly, he lowered his head again and pondered. Since he had already come to the back mountain, should he also take Dong Qin away? In this way it could be considered as solving a problem for Dong Tianqin and the other two. Let's do it. He immediately controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew to Dong Qin's attic. It was also on the second floor. Dong Qin sat alone by the bed, looking at a jade pendant in her hand, her eyes full of longing. This jade pendant was the size of a baby's palm, completely flawless, and was fiery red. There were 2 words engraved on it, Han Sect. Really infatuated. Qin Feiyang muttered, and used the same trick again, turning into Dong Qingyuan's appearance, and appeared in the room with a swoosh. Master. Dong Qin was taken aback and hurriedly got up and bowed. Are you used to it? Qin Feiyang said with a kind smile. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm used to it. Dong Qin nodded. Chapter 4293. Qin Feiyang looked at the jade pendant in Dong Qin's hand and sighed, Follow me to a place. What place? Dong Qin was suspicious. As your teacher, I know Dong Tianqin's character too well. This time you offended them, they won't let you go so easily. So, you should stay in my spatial divine item, it will be safer. Qin Feiyang said. Thank you, teacher. Dong Qin was overjoyed. As long as she could enter her teacher's spatial divine item, Dong Tianqin and the other two wouldn't have a chance to kill her. Is there anything you need to pack? Qin Feiyang asked. Dong Qin looked at the jade pendant in her hand and shook her head. No. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, Dong Qin also instantly disappeared without a trace. I really have the talent to be a movie king. Qin Feiyang smirked and immediately entered the Black Tortoise realm. Then he controlled the Black Tortoise realm and quietly left. In the cultivation room, Dong Lifu had been tortured to death by the white-eyed wolf. But suddenly, another figure appeared. The two of them were stunned and turned their heads to look. Their expressions froze. Why would this woman come to the cultivation room? That's right. This woman was Dong Qin. At the same time, Dong Qin looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Isn't this teacher's spatial divine item? Why are these two guys here too? Uncle Fu? When she saw Dong Lifu, her expression froze again. Why were you tricked by them? Dong Lifu shouted. Tricked? Dong Qin's delicate body trembled and immediately looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf. With a glance, her expression changed. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were pouncing towards her. Get lost. She suddenly roared and her aura surged out. However, it was still a step too late. The white-eyed wolf's palm hit Dong Qin's lower abdomen. Accompanied by a scream, Dong Qin's sea of qi shattered on the spot and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You still want to cause trouble in the Black Tortoise realm? The madman looked at her mockingly. This is the Black Tortoise realm? Dong Qin's eyes trembled, her face deathly pale. That's right. Right now we are in the Black Tortoise realm. This is Qin Feiyang's spatial divine item. Dong Lifu exclaimed. Who would have thought that someone who had been smart all his life would be foolish at this moment? He was actually deceived by such a small trick. What a great humiliation. Outside. A moment passed. Qin Feiyang successfully left Mount Supreme. To him, capturing the two powerhouses was a piece of cake. After all, he had the help of the human race's supreme being. Following closely, he went to Qingtian City. However, he didn't show himself. He just watched from afar. Some time ago, Dong Tianqin's group of 4 had fought the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf, destroying the entire Qingtian City. However, after the battle it had been rebuilt. Moreover, the scale was even larger than before. At this moment, Qin Feiyang could clearly sense that the number of people gathered in Qingtian City was much greater than before. Obviously, Many people were here to join in the fun. In the sky, the inner demons and Lu Jijin had always been filled with hostility. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach them. After watching for a while, Qin Feiyang quietly left and entered the Black Tortoise realm. Although only a short while had passed outside, many years had passed in the Black Tortoise realm. The White-Eyed Wolf and the mad scientist were drinking in the tea garden. "Why aren't you guys keeping an eye on the cultivation room?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The White-Eyed Wolf said in disdain, "Dong Qin's Qi has been destroyed and her Qingquan ring has been confiscated by us. Needless to say, Dong Laifu only has a little bit of his soul left. Do you still need us to keep an eye on him?" "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked curiously, "Then did you find anything valuable in her Qingquan ring? For example?" The White-Eyed Wolf asked back. "For example, the inheritance of the ultimate profound." Qin Feiyang said. "You always say that we're money grubbers, but I think you're the money grubber. There's no inheritance, but there's a lot of law miniatures. They're not valuable." The White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The law miniatures were not valuable? This guy was really arrogant. Did he forget how many cruel battles they went through to snatch the law miniatures in the Skybell Divine Treasury? These things could be left to the beings of the Black Tortoise realm because to the beings of the Black Tortoise realm, they were priceless treasures. "Give all the useful things to the Fire Lotus," Qin Feiyang said. "Got it. I've already given them to her." The White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand. "Then let's go and meet Dong Qin and Dong Laifu. I really want to know what they were plotting with Dong Qingyuan in the hall." A radiant light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he strode towards the ancient castle. They entered the cultivation room. The three of them saw Dong Laifu sitting in the corner. He didn't even have the mood to reconstruct his body and divine soul. His face was filled with despair. Dong Qin kept her head down and looked at the jade pendant in her hand. Her eyes were empty. "What's there to look at?" The White-Eyed Wolf stepped forward and snatched the jade pendant. He mocked, "No matter how you look at it, Dong Hanzong is a lonely soul and he won't come to save you. Give it back to me." Dong Qin immediately got up and pounced on the White-Eyed Wolf. The White-Eyed Wolf kicked Dong Qin and she was sent flying. She slammed into the wall and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But she was unaware of all this. She immediately got up and pounced on the White-Eyed Wolf, as if the jade pendant was the only thing in her eyes. "You care so much? Believe it or not, I'll crush it right now." The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. "Don't." Dong Qin's expression stiffened and she quickly stopped and begged, "Don't destroy it. I beg you, give it back to me." Sigh. Looking at Dong Qin's appearance, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, "Give it back to her." The White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips and threw the jade pendant to Dong Qin. Dong Qin hurriedly grabbed it and looked left, right, up and down. After confirming that it was not damaged, she carefully put it in her arms. The madman frowned and said, "I don't believe that you don't know what kind of person Dong Hanzong is. Is such a man really worth your sacrifice? Even at the expense of offending Dong Tianxin? You emotionless, cold-blooded animals won't understand." Dong Qin sneered. "We are emotionless, cold-blooded animals?" The madman and the White-Eyed Wolf heard this and couldn't help but want to laugh. In terms of feelings, who could compare with them? They were both men who were loyal to their feelings. Dong Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two as if she was facing death calmly and said, "Since I've fallen into your hands, I admit defeat. You can kill me or torture me as you wish." The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with murderous intent and slapped her. Dong Qin's expression didn't change at all. "It seems that it won't be easy to pry open her mouth." The White-Eyed Wolf retracted his arm and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Laifu. His mouth is also very stubborn. After torturing him for so long, he still didn't say anything. The White-Eyed Wolf was helpless. "I still have this bit of backbone." Dong Laifu looked at the three of them ferociously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two and said with a faint smile, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you don't speak?" The two's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang turned to the White-Eyed Wolf and said with a smile, "Go and invite Long Chen here." "Okay." The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and turned to leave quickly. When Dong Laifu heard that he was going to invite Long Chen, his body suddenly trembled and he quickly said, "Wait." He had long known that Long Chen had mastered the soul-controlling technique and could control living creatures and deprive them of the ultimate profound. Once he was really controlled by Long Chen, he would definitely not be able to keep the ultimate profound that he had mastered. "Are you willing to speak?" The White-Eyed Wolf turned his head and looked at him mockingly. "I'll speak, I'll tell you everything. Dong Lifu nodded. Haha, I thought how tough your bones were. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly, full of ridicule. Dong Lifu lowered his head in shame and said weakly, but you have to promise me that you won't kill me and you won't deprive me of the ultimate profound. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said playfully, do you think that you are still qualified to negotiate with us now? Dong Lifu was silent. Since he had already fallen into the hands of these people, how could he be qualified to negotiate? However, if he wanted to live, he had to put forward these conditions. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu for a moment and laughed. I don't want to trouble Long Chen with everything. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, I can consider giving you a way out. Thank you. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Dong Lifu said. Dong Qin stared at Dong Lifu and said angrily, you coward. Hearing this, Dong Lifu's face suddenly became incomparably ferocious and roared, if you want to die, then die by yourself, don't implicate me. Ha! This is the person that teacher trusts, how ridiculous. Even a dog knows how to be loyal. You're even worse than a dog. Dong Qin laughed. You. Dong Lifu stared at Dong Qin with a hateful look. But suddenly, for some reason, a smile crawled onto his face as he looked at Dong Qin and said, do you think Dong Hanzong will really come to save you? Let me tell you, he doesn't have the guts. Shut up. When Dong Qin heard this, she immediately roared at Dong Lifu, and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, looking rather flustered. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What did that mean? Dong Hanzong had already become a lonely ghost, how could he still come to save Dong Qin? Dong Lifu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then looked at Dong Qin and sneered, you don't want me to say it, right? I will say it. You dare. Dong Qin roared and pounced towards Dong Lifu crazily. The white-eyed wolf's face sank, he took a step forward, grabbed Dong Qin's arm and threw her to the side and said in a deep voice, let me tell you, if you dare to pester endlessly, I will destroy you. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Dong Qin moved closer. You're really challenging my limits. The white-eyed wolf's killing intent soared, and with a kick, the power of law surged, causing Dong Qin to scream miserably, her body shattered on the spot, and blood dyed the entire training room red. You better remember we are not Dongping. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Madman looked at Dong Qin and said, my jade pendant. Dong Qin's soul hurriedly searched the ground, but after searching the entire training room she could not find the jade pendant. It seemed that it had been destroyed along with her body. At this moment, she collapsed on the ground, her face filled with pain. Chapter 4294. Courting Death. The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Qin with a cold smile, then looked at Dong Lifu and said, what do you mean by that? Dong Hanzong is not dead. Dong Lifu said. What? The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the other two trembled. They were the ones who killed Dong Hanzong with their own hands. The dozen or so divine souls that were split out were all killed by them. How could he not be dead? Could it be, did Mu Qing miss something? Dong Hanzong is a very careful and shrewd person. When he left the Central Dynasty, he had secretly left a divine soul behind. Dong Lifu said. This. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and frowned. The divine soul that he left behind in the Central Divine Kingdom, even we didn't know about it at first. He even hid it from Dong Qin. Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, and Dong Xen naturally didn't know about it. Dong Lifu explained. The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, in other words, we spent so much effort to kill him, but in the end it was all a waste of time? That's right. Dong Lifu nodded. That bastard. The white-eyed wolf was furious. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists and sighed, it seems that we still underestimated him. He is indeed a difficult opponent. The madman nodded, then frowned and said in confusion, since he left a divine soul in the Central Dynasty, why did he run to the village to ask Boss Ji for help? And he even spent so much effort to split out a dozen divine souls? He's just putting on a show. Dong Lifu said. Acting? The madman was stunned. That's right. He did this to create an illusion that he didn't leave a divine soul in the Central Dynasty to save his life. This way you won't have to be on guard against him in the future. When the time comes, he will suddenly appear and catch you off guard. Dong Lifu explained. Damn. This person is more than just a little sinister. The three were shocked. Dong Lifu wasn't exaggerating at all. If they hadn't found out now, Dong Hanzong would have suddenly attacked them when they were in danger, and they wouldn't have been able to react in time. How terrifying. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, or the white-eyed wolf, all of them were wary of Dong Hanzong. This person was too shrewd. Moreover, he was so cautious that he even kept Dong Qin in the dark. Who? Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang asked. Then what were you and Dong Qingyuan plotting with Dong Tianxin and the others in the main hall the last time they were separated from Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng and the ruler? Dong Lifu thought back for a moment and said, at that time, we were talking about Dong Hanzong's survival in the hall. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. No wonder he sent eldest cousin and the others away. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't tell such a big thing to someone he didn't trust. Bastard. Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, and Dong Xn didn't tell us such important information. The white-eyed wolf suddenly roared. Why would they tell you? Because this matter is also beneficial to them. At that time, if Dong Hanzong is able to successfully launch a sneak attack on you all and kill you all, then your control over them will naturally be resolved. Dong Lifu said. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and sneered, it seems that they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. I told you these three can't be left alive. The mad scientist's eyes flashed with killing intent. I didn't plan to let them live. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He originally planned to kill these three when the ruler of the Divine Kingdom returned. But now it seemed that he had to deal with them as soon as possible. Otherwise they would become a disaster sooner or later. Qin Feiyang asked, then tell me, how many people does Dong Qingyuan have in the Death God army? You even know about the Death God army? Dong Lifu looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. The mad scientist sneered, Dong Tianxin is already under our control. How can this kind of thing be hidden from us? Dong Lifu nodded and shook his head, I don't know the exact number of the Death God army. You don't know? The three were stunned. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, emitting a shocking sharpness. I'm not lying. I really don't know. Dong Lifu hurriedly waved his hand and explained, the Death God army is very mysterious. In the entire Central Dynasty, other than the ruler, the emperor, and Dong Qingyuan, no one else knows about it. But aren't you Dong Qingyuan's confidant? The white-eyed wolf frowned. I am Dong Qingyuan's confidant, but the emperor has clearly ordered that no one else knows about the Death God army. Dong Qingyuan doesn't dare to disobey the emperor's orders. Therefore, every time Dong Qingyuan went to meet the members of the Death God Legion, he went alone. Dong Lifu explained. So mysterious, Qin Feiyang and the other two could not help but frown. They thought that they would be able to find out about the Death God army by capturing Dong Lifu alive. But now it seemed that they still needed the inner demons and Big Cousin. Furthermore, even if Dong Qingyuan had removed his guard against the inner demons and Big Cousin, it would not be that easy to find out about the Death God army. After all, Dong Qingyuan did not even reveal a word to Dong Lifu, his confidant. It seems that in order to sneak into the Death God army or come into contact with the Death God army, the emperor has to agree. Dong Qingyuan doesn't have the final say. The inner demons and Big Cousin, this is a difficult task. The white-eyed wolf sighed. What kind of terrifying army was this? Why did they have to be so secretive? Let's take it slow. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He looked at the two of them and said, do you have any other questions? The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, there was a trace of a sneaky smile in his eyes. He looked at Dong Lifu and said, does your emperor have a daughter? Dong Lifu looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy also looked at him suspiciously. Why did he suddenly ask this? The white-eyed wolf shouted with a cold face. Yes. Dong Lifu quickly nodded. The white-eyed wolf's expression softened. He asked in a sneaky manner, is she beautiful? Dong Lifu looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment again. Hey, are you looking for death? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Beautiful, beautiful. Her Royal Highness is known as the #1 beauty of the Central Dynasty. Dong Lifu quickly nodded. #1 beauty? Is this for real? Don't tell me everyone is flattering her. The white-eyed wolf expressed his doubts. Regarding this question, I dare to swear that it is absolutely not fake. Your Highness, you are so beautiful that you can topple a city. Dong Lifu said. If that's the case, the white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang in frenzy and said, does Big Cousin really like this princess? Otherwise, why hasn't he confessed to Fire Lotus yet? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were speechless when they heard this. They were wondering what he was going to do. In the end, it turned out that he was struggling with this question. Feelings weren't something that could happen just because he said so. There had to be a process. Although Lu Jiejin and Fire Lotus had known each other for a long time, the two of them hadn't really interacted much. How could Lu Jiejin confess like this? The eunuch was more anxious than the emperor. This sentence was indeed true. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said, "If there are no other questions, then let's get ready to move." Okay. Frenzy nodded. But suddenly he stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Frenzy pondered for a while and looked at Dong Lifu. Did Dong Qingyuan leave his divine soul in the Central Dynasty? How is that possible? In the Central Dynasty, he is an existence that is second only to one person. His pride and arrogance wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. Dong Lifu said. That's good. Frenzy nodded and smiled. This way killing Dong Qingyuan in the future wouldn't be in vain. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Since you asked this, then let's ask about Dong Qingyuan's strength. How is Dong Qingyuan's strength?" "His strength? Definitely stronger than me. Also, he has a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon." Dong Lifu said. "What? A pinnacle sovereign divine weapon?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. Low, middle, high, after high was the pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. They didn't expect Dong Qingyuan to be hiding such a terrifying sovereign divine weapon. Dong Lifu said enviously, "It is said that this sovereign divine weapon was personally given to Dong Qingyuan by the sovereign. Its lethality is extremely terrifying." "Pinnacle?" Qin Feiyang muttered as he looked at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. He frowned and said, "In that case, we have underestimated the origin energy of the divine kingdom?" "It seems so." The two nodded. In the past, they thought that the origin energy of the divine kingdom could only create a high-grade sovereign divine weapon at most. If that was the case, the Black Tortoise realm would soon catch up to the divine kingdom. Because the current Black Tortoise realm could already create a mid-grade sovereign divine weapon. As long as it grew another level, it would be comparable to the divine kingdom. But they didn't expect a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon to appear now. If that was the case, the Black Tortoise realm would have to grow another 2 levels to catch up to the divine kingdom. The amount of time needed to advance 2 levels was not an ordinary amount of time. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while and looked at the two. "However, a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon isn't much of a threat to us." "Don't brag. It isn't much of a threat to old Qin because he has 3,000 incarnations. But you and I aren't a match for a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon." Frenzy shook his head. 10 low-grade sovereign divine weapons were equivalent to 1 mid-grade sovereign divine weapon. 10 mid-grade sovereign divine weapons were equivalent to 1 high-grade sovereign divine weapon. 10 high-grade sovereign divine weapons were equivalent to 1 pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. In other words, 1 pinnacle sovereign divine weapon was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade sovereign divine weapons. This wasn't a small number. Even though Frenzy had a heaven-defying ability like the all-evil sword, he didn't have much confidence. The white-eyed wolf frowned as he looked at Dong Lifu and asked, "Does the Central Dynasty have a legendary sovereign divine weapon?" Legendary sovereign divine weapon was above pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. "Never heard of it. At least not as far as I know. But I don't know if Lord Sovereign has one." Dong Lifu shook his head. Because with his status, he couldn't come into contact with the sovereign of the divine kingdom. Chapter 4295. Regardless of whether the sovereign of the divine kingdom has a legendary level sovereign divine weapon or not, this peak level sovereign divine weapon is already ours. The madman smiled. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. They couldn't miss out on a peak level sovereign divine weapon. Looking at their expressions, Dong Lifu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. What kind of people were they? It was as if there was nothing they didn't dare to do. "Come with us." Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu and smiled. "Where to?" Dong Lifu was surprised. "A good place." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Can I not go?" Dong Lifu said in horror. "How could there be a good place here?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Lifu curled up in the corner and said in horror, "You said you would let me go. You can't go back on your words." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "It's not impossible to let you go, but you have to cooperate with us first." "Acting?" Dong Lifu was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang joked, "You and Heavenly Lord Ji pretended to be us and went to Blue Sun Mountain to kill Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's family. We can't always be the scapegoat for this." "What?" Dong Lifu's eyes trembled. How did Qin Feiyang and the others know about this? "We have the all-seeing eye. Is it difficult to know these things?" Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. "You've been monitoring us with the all-seeing eye?" Dong Lifu was shocked. "It's fine as long as you know. There's no need to say it out loud." Qin Feiyang laughed. Now was not the time to reveal their cards. because many things were unpredictable. If they revealed their relationship with the inner demons now, wouldn't it be a disaster if something unexpected happened? Therefore, what should be kept a secret should be kept a secret. Dong Laifu's eyes trembled. It turned out that all of this was under the surveillance of the other party. Qin Feiyang smiled. If it wasn't for this, why would we go to Mount Supreme and capture you? All right. Dong Laifu nodded and said, I'll cooperate with you, but you must promise to let me go after this. We'll talk about it later. Qin Feiyang smiled. If you don't promise me, I won't go even if you beat me to death. Dong Laifu gritted his teeth. Really? Then I'll kill you. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed coldly. Even now he still dared to bargain with them? He really didn't know what kind of situation he was in right now. Dong Laifu was terrified. What should we do with Dong Qin? White-eyed Wolf asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Qin, pondering for a moment before saying, suppress it in the soul-sealing valley first, it might be useful when dealing with Dong Hanzong. Deal with Brother Zong. Dong Qin's gaze trembled. She could not become a burden to Brother Zong. As expected, she had chosen to destroy her own soul. The ingrate snorted coldly. She reacted quickly and suppressed Dong Qin. Let me die, let me die. Dong Qin screamed as if she had gone mad. Now even if you want to die you'll have to ask us first. White-eyed Wolf sneered, grabbed Dong Qin, and rushed out of the castle like lightning, flying toward the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand, sealed Dong Laifu's soul, and followed Lunatic to find Long Qin. Below a creation tree. Long Qin sat on the ground, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and his white robe was spotless. He was like the Son of God, extraordinary and refined. No. You can't go back on your words. You promised me that you won't use the soul-controlling technique to control me. Dong Laifu roared. As soon as he saw Long Qin he knew what he was going to face. Dong Laifu's roar woke Long Qin up. What the hell? Long Qin opened his eyes and glared at Qin Feiyang and Lunatic. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a smile, there's nothing else. You just have to help control him and we'll deal with the rest. Long Qin rolled his eyes. Soul-controlling technique was activated. Soul-controlling technique was a method to directly control the soul, so even without a physical body, it could be directly controlled. The process was very smooth. After being controlled, Dong Laifu became obedient. Next you have to listen to them. Long Qin said. Yes, master. Dong Laifu responded respectfully. Amazing. Lunatic bared his teeth. The power of soul-controlling technique was that even if Dong Laifu became a puppet, he would still be the same as before. Unlike puppet-controlling technique. Once turned into a puppet, it would be an emotionless puppet with empty eyes. Others could see this at a glance. But soul-controlling technique. If you didn't know in advance, you wouldn't be able to see that he was already controlled. Is there anything else? Long Qin asked. Lunatic was taken aback and nodded. Understood, we'll get out of here immediately. Long Qin rolled his eyes. Next. Qin Feiyang went to find the mermaid princess and asked her to open the Eye of Life to help Dong Laifu reconstruct his physical body and soul. Then the two of them brought Dong Laifu into the tea garden and asked about Dong Hanzong's life and death again. Because Dong Laifu was not controlled by soul-controlling technique before, what if he was hiding something? In the end, after some questioning, it was exactly the same as before. Madman rolled his eyes and looked at Dong Laifu. Extract all of your ultimate Upanishads. Yes. Dong Laifu nodded and without any hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and stripped out all the ultimate meaning. The more these things the better. Lunatic bared his teeth. After a while, Dong Laifu's ultimate meaning were all stripped out, and his cultivation level directly fell to the imperishable realm. The current Dong Laifu had no value to them except for the future plan. Swish. The white-eyed wolf finally returned. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. It has been suppressed. But to be honest, this woman is really pitiful. The white-eyed wolf sighed. You can also sympathize with her? Lunatic was surprised. What do you mean? So in your eyes I am a cold-blooded person. The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Haha. Lunatic laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Qin is indeed pitiful, but she is not worthy of sympathy. What? Is it because she chose to take revenge on Dong Tianqin and the others? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Revenge, I am not against it. After all, it is for the people you love. But revenge can also be done through proper means. If she chose to fight with Dong Tianqin and the others to avenge Dong Hanzong openly, Not only will I not say anything, but I will also admire her. But now she has chosen to distort the truth. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I am afraid she does not have the ability to fight with Dong Tianqin and the others. The white-eyed wolf frowned. When we first fought with the Divine Kingdom, weren't we inferior to them? But why can we deal with one enemy after another? Qin Feiyang asked. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Let's not talk about her. Prepare to go to Qingtian City and put on a wonderful show for Dong Qingyuan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered coldly. He had planned for so long just for this moment. Qingtian City. Night enveloped the world. Although it was already late at night, the city was still brightly lit. This was especially true for the major restaurants, which were basically packed to the brim. Everyone was drinking and discussing while waiting. But suddenly, in the night sky, a space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Jijin and Lunatic, who were standing in the sky, immediately looked at the space-time tunnel with murderous intent in their eyes. A space-time tunnel has appeared. Could it be Qin Feiyang and the others? In the city below, there were also many people who immediately discovered the space-time tunnel and immediately exclaimed. Immediately, people in the major restaurants swarmed out and looked up at the space-time tunnel. It was the center of attention. Finally, 3 figures stepped out of the space-time tunnel one after another. Who else could it be other than Qin Feiyang and the others? It's really them. They really didn't disappoint us. I told you they can't be afraid of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. There will definitely be a bloody battle next. Everyone be careful and be ready to leave Qingtian City at any time. Everyone was discussing. Many cowardly people had already fled Qingtian City with their families. You're finally here. The inner demons roared and a monstrous evil aura surged out, heading straight for Qin Feiyang and the others. Lunatic snorted coldly. A terrifying evil aura also emerged from his body. The 2 evil auras collided with each other. A destructive ripple immediately surged out in all directions like a flood, including the clear sky city below. Leave the city quickly. Someone roared. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved. The power of life and death emerged and condensed into a huge barrier above Qingtian City. The destructive wave was blocked by the barrier. Seeing this scene, the people in the city were all stunned. What did Qin Feiyang mean by this? He actually protected them? Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and said indifferently, "This is our personal grudge, don't hurt the innocent." Hee, I didn't expect you to be so benevolent. They are all people of our divine kingdom and you still want to protect them? The inner demons sneered. Whether it is the people of the divine kingdom or the people of the sky cloud realm, they should not be involved in our battle. Qin Feiyang said. Stop pretending to be benevolent. If you are really such a person, why did you go to Qingyang Mountain to kill our family? Aren't they innocent? The inner demons roared. I will give you an explanation for this matter later. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at the people in the city below and said indifferently, I know that there are many of you here. You are all spies sent by the Emperor, the Monarch and the Supreme Being of the human race. Now inform the Emperor and the others to come to Qingtian City immediately. As expected. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, many people took out their voice transmission stones. What do you want? Aren't you afraid that they will encircle you? The inner demon sneered. If we were afraid, we wouldn't have come to Qingtian City. Besides, maybe you will help us later. Qin Feiyang laughed. What do you mean? The inner demons frowned. Don't worry, you will know soon. After Qin Feiyang said that, he slowly took out a tea table and a few wooden stools and sat down with the madman and the white-eyed wolf to drink tea. You still have the mood to drink tea? Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Chapter 4296. Supreme Mountain. Sir. The human race Supreme Master hurried to the back mountain and stood in front of Dong Qingyuan's courtyard. Dong Qingyuan walked out and looked at the anxious human race Supreme Master. He frowned and said, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? A spy reported that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 appeared in Qingtian City. The human race Supreme Master said. Really? Dong Qingyuan asked in surprise. It's absolutely true. The human race Supreme Master nodded. They really dare to go to Qingtian City. It seems that I have underestimated their courage. Killing intent flashed in Dong Qingyuan's eyes. He turned to look at the courtyard next door and shouted, Dong Laifu, come out immediately. Let's go to Qingtian City. However, there was no response from the courtyard. What's going on? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. The human race Supreme Master also had a suspicious look. Dong Qingyuan released his divine sense and shrouded the courtyard. No one. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly turned to look at the human race Supreme Master and asked, "Have you seen Dong Laifu?" "No." The human race Supreme Master shook his head. "What's going on?" Dong Qingyuan frowned. The human race Supreme Master said suspiciously, "Could it be that he has already gone to Qingtian City?" "Impossible." Dong Qingyuan shook his head. Dong Laifu was his confidant. If he really went to Qingtian City, he would definitely report to him in advance. Then he probably has something to do and left alone. The human race Supreme Master guessed. Dong Qingyuan frowned and waved his hand. "Let's ignore him and go to Qingtian City." Not long after the two opened the teleportation channel and left, Dong Tianqin, Dong Ping and Dong Xian, who lived on the other side, also walked out of their respective courtyards. The three of them looked at each other and went straight to Dong Qin's pavilion without saying a word. In their eyes there was a bone-piercing killing intent. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Dong Qingyuan's absence to attack Dong Qin. However, when they entered the courtyard and saw that there was no one in the loft, they were a little stunned. Where was this damn woman? Could it be that teacher is protecting her? Dong Xian frowned. There's no other explanation. Dong Ping snorted. It seems that teacher has already expected that we won't let Dong Qin go. Dong Tianqin sighed, looking rather vexed. Are we going to Qingtian City now? Dong Ping asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang's opponents this time are Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Moreover, the people of the three major races will definitely take this opportunity to encircle and annihilate them. As long as they die, won't we be able to regain our freedom? Dong Xian sneered. Qingtian City? More and more people rushed over after hearing the news. There were even remnants of the Sea clan and the Beast clan. There was no exception. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two sitting in the sky above the city and drinking tea as if there was no one else around, their expressions became extremely strange. There wasn't even the slightest bit of tension. Those who didn't know would think that this was a gathering of old friends. Swish. As spacetime tunnels appeared, the first to descend upon Qingtian City was the Divine King. The 10 reverends of the deity race all followed him. His aura was monstrous. Following closely, the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji also arrived with the 10 supremacies of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, because the people of the two major races were filled with an inescapable murderous intent. After a few breaths, the human clan supreme being and Dong Qingyuan also arrived with a group of experts. Dong Qingyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Surround them." The people of the three major races immediately spread out and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the other two. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but show a trace of mockery on their faces. "Damn old man, don't be hasty. I'll let you be awe-inspiring for a while. You'll suffer later. Almost everyone is here." Qin Feiyang chuckled. As he waved his hand, a few small stools appeared. He said with a smile, "Why don't you sit down and we'll talk while drinking tea? My 3 little brothers, you're quite refined." Dong Qingyuan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "We're just trying to find joy in hardship. We can't compare with you. You're the refined one." "Is that so? I didn't even realize it myself." Dong Qingyuan looked at Qin Feiyang with a fake smile. "Don't do it unless you don't want others to know." Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. He looked at the inner demons and Lu Jijin and said, "You should be very curious now. Why did I kill your family? If you have something to say, say it quickly." The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "Okay, I'll tell you now. I didn't kill your family," Qin Feiyang said. "Are you joking with us? The news that you went to Blue Sun Mountain and killed their family has already spread throughout the 4 great continents. There's irrefutable evidence." Dong Qingyuan shouted coldly. "That's right. Someone clearly recorded the whole process of you killing their family. The evidence is irrefutable. How can you deny it?" The people in the city below also shouted one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qingyuan, then at the people in the city below and said with a faint smile, "What you see may not be true." "What a joke. The evidence is right in front of us. How can it be false? Besides you, who else has 3,000 incarnations? Don't tell us that it was the Purple Gold Divine Dragon who did it." Someone sneered. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said playfully, "What if it was really the Purple Gold Divine Dragon who did it?" "What?" The people looked at the Overlord and Heavenly Lord Ji in surprise. "Don't talk nonsense. It's obvious. We're all people of the divine kingdom. How can we kill Lu Yunfeng's family? The overlord shouted coldly. My lord, don't be so agitated. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Dong Qingyuan. He sighed and said, You're really ruthless. You can even come up with such a vicious plan to deal with us. Dong Qingyuan's pupils contracted. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, he was a little nervous. What was going on? Could it be that Qin Feiyang had already seen through the truth of this matter? Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng, although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person at the very least, I know that I should not implicate my family. Furthermore, I don't even know where the Cyansan Mountain is. How could I possibly go and kill your family? Qin Feiyang said. The inner demons frowned and asked, Then what's the matter with the video circulating in the 4 great continents? Someone is framing us. Qin Feiyang said. Framing? The inner demons were stunned. Dong Qingyuan shouted, Lu Yuntian, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to sow discord. Hurry up and avenge your family. We'll all help you. Old man, are you in such a hurry to kill us? Are you trying to silence us? The lunatic looked at Dong Qingyuan mockingly. What nonsense are you talking about? The evidence is irrefutable. How are you going to deny it? Dong Qingyuan shouted. The irrefutable evidence you're talking about is nothing more than that video. But let me tell you, I also have evidence in my hands that can prove that you're the one who set all this up. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly, and he looked at Dong Qingyuan playfully. Dong Qingyuan was shocked. What evidence? What do you mean by that? The inner demons frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, Dong Qingyuan has something to do with the deaths of our family members? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. His voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful. There was even a hint of sharpness in it. He pointed at Dong Qingyuan and said, He planned all of this. The person who went to Blue Sun Mountain first was Dong Laifu. What? The inner demons turned to look at Dong Qingyuan in disbelief. Don't listen to their nonsense. Dong Qingyuan pretended to be calm and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, Since you said that I set this up, then show us the evidence. He didn't believe that Qin Feiyang really had evidence in his hands. Because only Dong Laifu, Heavenly Lord Ji, the monarch, and Old Wu knew about this. Even the Divine King, the supremacy of the human race, and Dong Tianqian didn't know. Are you sure you want evidence? The lunatic and the white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Show us if you can. Dong Qingyuan sneered. That's what you said. Don't regret it later. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Dong Laifu. Dong Qingyuan's eyes trembled. What was going on? Why was Dong Laifu with Qin Feiyang? Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xian, who were hiding in the distance, were also shocked. What was going on? Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Qingyuan, then looked at the inner demons and Lu Jijin. He smiled and said, You too should be familiar with this person, right? Of course not. He is Dong Laifu, Dong Qingyuan's henchman from the Central Dynasty. The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang and the others knew about Dong Laifu's existence, but the people below didn't, so they had to reveal Dong Laifu's identity in advance. Qin Feiyang looked at the people below and said with a smile, You heard it, right? This man is Dong Qingyuan's henchman. He must be telling the truth. Everyone was silent. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Dong Laifu, why don't you tell everyone what's going on? But before Dong Laifu could speak, Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shouted, Dong Laifu, how dare you collude with Qin Feiyang to frame me? I'll kill you, you bastard. Don't move. The inner demon stepped in front of Dong Qingyuan and said, Let Dong Laifu finish. Lu Yuntian, do you really believe Qin Feiyang's nonsense? Dong Qingyuan shouted. We'll know if it's nonsense after Dong Laifu says it. I don't want to say it again. If you dare to attack now, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Killing intent surged in the inner demon's eyes. Dong Qingyuan's face was ashen. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qingyuan and said mockingly, You really can't kill Dong Laifu now. Otherwise you'll be suspected of silencing him. You. Dong Qingyuan clenched his fists and glared at Dong Laifu. Think carefully before you speak. His words were laced with a threatening tone. Qin Feiyang turned to Dong Laifu and said with a smile, Tell us everything you know. Yes. Dong Laifu nodded respectfully. He looked at Dong Qingyuan and said, I was the one who pretended to be Qin Feiyang and went to Blue Sun Mountain the first time. At that time I was ordered by Dong Qingyuan to test their strength. Dong Qingyuan, the inner demons and Dong Qingyuan were furious when Dong Laifu said this. They glared at Dong Qingyuan fiercely. Chapter 4297. That's not true. Dong Lifu is framing us. Dong Qingyuan said hurriedly. Don't worry. I'm not done yet. Qin Feiyang chuckled, looked at Dong Lifu and ordered, continue. The first time I went to test their strength and was seriously injured by them, forcing me to self-destruct. When I reported this to Dong Qingyuan, he thought of a plan to continue pretending to be Qin Feiyang and the others to kill Lu Yuntian's family. Because Lu Yuntian's brother was not very enthusiastic about killing Qin Feiyang and the others. But because of their talent and strength, Dong Qingyuan did not dare to scold them, so he came up with this plan. He used the death of Lu Yuntian's family to provoke their anger. This way they would hate Qin Feiyang to the core and would definitely hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Lifu said slowly. Dong Qingyuan was furious and roared, Nonsense, nonsense, this is clearly your plan, ha! You've confessed without being pressed. But before he could finish, the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist laughed. Dong Qingyuan's face froze when he heard this. Wasn't this the same as confessing without being pressed? Dong Qingyuan. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin glared at Dong Qingyuan, their eyes extremely terrifying. The people in the city below also looked at Dong Qingyuan in disbelief. How could he kill the people around him? That was too cruel. It's not like that. Seeing that he had become the target of public criticism, Dong Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand to explain. See, I'll shut up. The inner demon said sternly. He looked at Dong Lifu and said, Go on, who was the one who pretended to be Qin Feiyang and killed our family members the second time? The one who pretended to be Qin Feiyang the second time was him. Dong Lifu suddenly pointed at Heavenly Lord Ji and said, What? Patriarch, is this true? The 10 lords of the purple gold divine dragon race looked at Heavenly Lord Ji in shock. Heavenly Lord Ji's face was gloomy as he glared at Dong Lifu and said furiously, You were clearly the ones who told me to go. It really is you. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin gloomily stared at Heaven Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at Dong Qingyuan in panic. However, Dong Qingyuan closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear to Heavenly Lord Ji's request for help. He seemed to be trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Speak. Is it you or not? The inner demons spoke, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Heavenly Lord Ji retracted his gaze, lowered his head and pondered for a while. He sighed and said, Yes, it's me, but they asked me to go. You should know Dong Qingyuan and the others' methods. If I don't go, I won't have a good ending. Bastard. The inner demons were furious. One more thing. Do you know who recorded this video? Who was the one who spread it? Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd and smiled. Oh. The inner demons frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu. Dong Lifu said, This person is Old Man Wu of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. He's actually a spy we planted in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. What? The Lord, Heavenly Lord Ji and the 10 Supremes were stunned. The Lord and Heavenly Lord Ji certainly knew, but at this moment they had to pretend not to know. Old Man Wu is a spy? Bastard. Great Supremes, go and capture Old Man Wu right now. The Lord shouted. Yes. The Great Supremes nodded and immediately opened a passage and left furiously. The other 9 Supremes stared at Dong Qingyuan with a gloomy look. The people of the Central Dynasty had gone too far. How dare they plant a spy in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race? Without a doubt. Once Old Man Wu's identity was exposed, the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon race would definitely be enraged. And this anger would undoubtedly be the fuse that would break the relationship between the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race and the Central Dynasty. What's going on? Why would the Central Dynasty plant a spy in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race? Those of the human race and the god race were shocked. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon race was loyal to the Central Dynasty, but they still did this. This was too disappointing. The Divine King and the Supremes of the human race looked at each other and a glint of light flashed in their eyes. They turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, Then do we have a spy from the Central Dynasty? In fact, they were hinting that they should take the opportunity to get rid of the spy around them. Qin Feiyang understood and his eyes glittered. He might as well get rid of the spy from the god race and the human race as well. Because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The exposure of Old Wu as a spy had already aroused the anger of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. If the spies of the human clan and the divine clan were also exposed at this time, the human clan and the divine clan would definitely be furious. When the time came. Maybe the monarch, the divine king and the supremes of the human race didn't even need to speak, and the people below would spontaneously resist the Central Dynasty's rule. At this thought, Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Lifu and asked, Do you have a spy from the human race and the god race? Yes. Dong Lifu nodded. What? The Divine King and the Supremes of the human race were furious and shouted, "Who?" At this moment, the 3 Supremes of the human race and the 10 Supremes of the god race were extremely frightened. Because they were spies. 2 of the spies of the human race and the god race are here right now. They are the 3 Supremes of the human race and the 10 Supremes of the god race. Dong Lifu pointed at the 2 and said, swoosh. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the 2 of them. Supremes, it's not like that. You have to believe me. The 3 Supremes of the human race hurriedly waved their hands in extreme fear. Lord Divine King, don't listen to his nonsense, I'm not. The 10 Supremes of the god race also shook their heads. Shut up. The Divine King's face was as gloomy as water. The other 9 Supremes of the human race and the god race also looked at the 2 in disbelief. They never thought that their old friends who had been with them for so many years were actually spies of the Central Dynasty. The Supremes of the human race looked at Dong Lifu and asked, "Who else is there besides them?" Dong Lifu said, "There are 2 more. One is the master of the law enforcement hall of the human race and the other is the city lord of the god race." Preposterous, preposterous. The Divine King and the Supremes of the human race were furious. They looked at the other Supremes of the 2 races and shouted, "Supremes, stay here. The rest of you go back and capture them." Yes. The 16 Supremes of the 2 races immediately opened the space-time tunnel and turned to leave. The 3 Supremes of the human race and the 10 Supremes of the god race looked at each other and flew behind Dong Qingyuan at the same time. "My lord, you must save us. Didn't you just say that you're not spies? Why are you running to Dong Qingyuan's side now?" The Divine King was furious. The 2 were extremely panicked. Damn it. The god race has spies, and they're the 10 Supremes and the city lord of the god race. This is outrageous. 10 Supremes, do you still have a conscience? How dare you betray our race? Many god race members in the city below glared at the 10 Supremes in anger. The humans in the city were also heartbroken about the 3 supremacies. Did you see that? This is the Central Dynasty's method. Not only do they not trust the 3 races, they even attacked Lu Yuntian's family. They're completely inhumane. I'd like to ask everyone, is this Central Dynasty really worth your lives? Qin Feiyang spoke at this time. His voice wasn't very loud, but it spread through the entire Qingtian city and fell clearly into everyone's ears. This was the perfect opportunity to add fuel to the fire and completely ignite the anger in the hearts of the 3 races. The moment these words were spoken, everyone fell into a dead silence. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Think about it carefully. The Oceanic race and the Beast race have been hiding in the East continent and doing nothing, but they've been rewarded by the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom. I'm sure the Dragon God and Neptune don't need me to say more about the origin energy. On the other hand, no matter what you 3 races do, you're always at the forefront. Take this invasion of the Sky Cloud realm for example. It's always the 3 races at the front. But now what have you gotten? You've gotten distrust and surveillance. May I ask, are you really willing to serve such people? If you say you're willing, then I can only scold you for being too stupid. You've never thought about the future of the 3 races. Qin Feiyang shook his head and mocked. The eyes of the 3 races trembled when they heard this. I'm not willing. Someone suddenly roared. It was the human race's great supremes. As a great supremes, he shouldn't have been the first to express his opinion, but he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Yes. It's not worth it. Today the Central Dynasty can kill the families of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. In the future they will definitely do the same to us. We must unite and resist the Central Dynasty's rule. This is the only way to preserve the dignity of our 3 races and protect our descendants. The others also roared, each of them filled with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. This was the result they wanted to see the most. In the current situation, it was no exaggeration to say that as long as the monarch, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race gave the order, the people of the 3 races would definitely follow them and resist the Central Dynasty. Everyone calm down. The monarch shouted. My lord, we can't calm down. It's the Central Dynasty that has gone too far. The supremes of the purple gold divine dragon race all shouted angrily. I know. But we can't betray the divine kingdom. The monarch sighed deeply. Monarch, do you know that this is blind loyalty? Qin Feiyang shook his head. This is our business. You don't have the right to interfere. The monarch glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. What's with your attitude? If it wasn't for us, would you have found these spies? You're so heartless. The madman harumphed coldly. The monarch clenched his hands and was about to speak. But then, a space-time passage appeared. It was the purple-gold divine dragon race's great supremes who had returned with Old Man Wu. Old Man Wu wasn't injured at all, so it seemed that the great supremes hadn't told him about this, so he was confused,